cutie QB. I just traded with 6 viewers.
Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm still on my starting soon screen, sorry. How was your stream? Anyway, so Raiders, my name is Melody Wisp, and I'm an accessibility provider, and I stream myself playing video games. And sometimes talk about accessibility. So if anyone wants to talk about that, feel free to ask questions. Today I'm playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. I'm on the 3rd game. I finished the main story a couple days ago. And now I'm on the special episode, which will start in 6 minutes. Or I can cut the starting soon screen right now. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Thank you very much for the Fox raid. Special episode, Turnabout Time Traveler.
I'm not completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much
Okay,
overboard
thank you
with
for lurking.
Please take me back to that blissful moment. It's almost time for the reception, milady. It actually really worked.
September 21st, 10:13 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Okay, let me make sure I've got this straight. When your magic quantities appear, I do a backflip into a handstand, then blow out the candle? No, Athena, you got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can. I believe in you, Athena. Trucy, what are you and Athena up to? Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's human cannibal this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know? You've made your bed, Athena. Now you've got to lie in it. No! I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office. And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here, huh? Hahaha, you've got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter, and a magician. And I'm Athena Sykes, the Rising Star lawyer of the Write Anything Agency. Or rather, the Rising Star assistant to Trucy, you mean. If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm going to forget everything I've ever learned. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business is as slow as ever, huh? Huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you play the piano. Oh! Yo! Long time no see! Larry! I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? This is Larry Butts. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you can come in now. All right. How do you do? Hi? That dress, is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Sprocket? As in Sprocket Aviation? Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright. Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. But what is a Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So actually, we've decided to get married. You what? I'm not so young anymore, you know? I figured it's time to finally settle down. What? You're getting married? No way. I don't believe it. Besides, why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? You're kidding, right? Jealous? I don't blame you, but green's really not your color, you know? Alright, Larry. Lay it on me. I bet we're the only office in existence that uses magic props as furniture. At this rate, Juicy's props are going to wind up taking over the whole office. I mean, they're already halfway there. Charlie looks as lush and green as ever, thanks to Athena taking such good care of him. I guess I should pitch in every once in a while too, huh? I got an achievement for Charlie. This office might look messy, but at least I keep all of my clients' personal info safe under lock and key. That's what a successful man does, right? Puts his efforts where they count. Apollo's jacket, Athena's notes, and Trucy's magic props. Not that I'm complaining. It's nice to know my friends and family are always close by. Maybe I should tidy this place up every once in a while. Still, I bet we're going to use all this stuff sometime soon again anyway. So it's probably better to leave things where they are. I haven't played this old thing in a long time. Not that I ever could play it to begin with. And considering all the complaints I'd get, I guess I better just continue to not play it. What are you showing me your attorney's badge for? Wait, are you saying you want me to take up your badge and hit the courtroom? Absolutely not! With you as the defense, you're liable to bring the whole courthouse down. Literally. All I want is one chance to defend somebody in court. Objection! How was that? Pretty good, huh? Ready to let me borrow your badge now? You saw how awesome I am at pointing, right? I'm starting to think I'm a natural. I'm not lending you my badge, and that's final. Besides, pointing isn't all that a lawyer does. Oh, pretty please. What do you got to lose? My reputation, for one. I never should have shown him my badge. You're getting married? In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like, love on the run, I guess you could say. Isn't that right, Ellie? Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. Huh? I'm in love with Soren. Not you. Say what? That's about what I thought. Aw, that's so sad. He thought he was getting married for real, and it turns out he wasn't. But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. This is not happening. I even shook off the police for you. And for what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to, because we're lovers on the lam. Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Murder? They think you killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell onto me. They had me confined in a separate room, and that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Oh, Nick. Me and Ellie were going to elope. We were gonna put it all on the line for true love. but the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake them off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from the police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. Sources say that the 21-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim. 25-year-old Dumas Gloomsbury, to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them... You've got to be kidding me. Oh, brother. I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Sniffle. Oh, Nick, what's a guy to do? At least I'm doing hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. Larry. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You've really got to stop living under a rock and get out more. I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business, Laurice Doneem. I can't believe you didn't know that. I can't believe you didn't know that I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip, right? Now that you mention it, I think I did hear something about a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. What? That heart-shaped pork chop? He's not a pork chop. He's the main character of my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his airs of amore. Cupiglet. And you can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Cupiglet's lovey-dovey lark. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores, now or ever. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10, will you? But I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anywho, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? Please, I'm begging you. I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. Ad starts in 1 minute. Well, actually, I think it starts now. So... I'll go on my break now. Be right back. Welcome back. No psyche locks. I guess that means she's telling the truth. By helping a fugitive on the run? What am I getting myself into? There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh? You might find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I'm a time traveler. Mm-hmm. Huh? I'm not sure I follow. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck. And I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now, wait just a minute here. I don't understand. What's going on? Mr. Wright, there are police cars outside. And not just one or two, but a whole bunch. I fucking hate the sound of police cars. I also hate their little lights. Daddy, a whole squad of officers has the building surrounded. What? This is the police. There is no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Eee! Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3, 44, 45. Wow, talk about overkill. Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how their ways do. Think about their smiling faces and their warm, home-cooked meals. Who in the heck are you? A detective? Now, hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait! Is it Emma Sky? Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? Emma? I'm sorry for all the commotion. So, what in the world is going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who'd holed himself up in here. With the murder suspect after he made off with her. In a fleet of patrol cars? The police are being extra careful. Because apparently a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb." I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police were being so persistent, I had to do something. So I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. So if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. Sigh. I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick. We gotta get down to the detention center right away. Listen, Larry. I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. But I know you will, because it's you. Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? And skip out on me? We've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know? Huh? You better stay and practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise, after all. That's cold, boss. You've got to get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. Eep. No! Stop! I'm begging you! Ah! She's getting away! You get back here, Athena! I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess we'd better get to the detention center and ask Miss Wyatt some questions. Especially about that whole time-traveling business she was talking about. Visitor's room. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Nick is gonna defend you, Ellie. Isn't that right? Great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. What? You're not going to take my case, Sniffle? I'm never gonna be happy! Miss Wyatt, what the? Did I do something wrong? Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you. Sniffle. But the police won't believe me. And neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a a jail cell! Alright, I'll do it. I'll take your case. Just please stop crying. Sniffle, really? You will? The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me. Oh, thank you! Ah! Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? I guess not. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this. Together. Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright. There. It's gonna be okay. Now try to pull yourself together. Oh, alright. Just give me a moment. I'm truly grateful to you for taking on my defense, Mr. Wright. Sure, no problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. What can you tell me about this? Oh, never mind that. What about Soren? Oh, Soren. Do you suppose he hates me now? I really couldn't say. Oh, what if he doesn't love me anymore because of all of this? Why has she got the pepper in one hand and the pan in the other and pretending to season food? Whatever, shall I? Sniffle? Oh no, she's gonna start crying again. I really don't think he hates you, Ellen. You don't? Really? Yes, really. Probably? So don't cry. You only cause him more heartache if you do. Yes, you're right. As a Sprocket Bride, I have to hold my head up high at all times. I better really watch what I say around Ellen. This mic has been here for a long time. It looks pretty worn out. But this little guy has made thousands of conversations possible. So I'd probably end up feeling kind of sad if they just up and replaced it. Look at that guard. He's standing right in that camera's blind spot. From that position, I bet he could even doze off and get away with it. That camera. What is it pointed at anyway? If they're trying to film the defendant, shouldn't it be more pointed this way? Suspicion of murder. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident. All right. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Wasn't Gloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep! That's rich coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attack you? No, but... But what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Geez, jealous much? What a loser. Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. That's why I made a wish upon this pendant. That pendant? Yes, it was a gift from my husband-to-be, Soren. He said it's a symbol of our love. And so you made a wish on it? Now, you may think what I'm about to say is very strange, but... I beg the pendant, please take me back to that blissful moment. And do you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. So that's the time-traveling thing you mentioned back at my office? I'm sorry, but I have to say, it's pretty unbelievable. Unbelievable?! I knew you'd never believe me. Nick? Ellie here is an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. Sure, Larry. Sure. But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren made. I begged it for help, and it really did send me back in time. Is she listening to herself? I even experienced the reception again, even though we'd already held it once before. And during it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion of murder? Well, after the reception ended, the second reception, I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself. Hold on. Cleaning? Why were you cleaning on your own wedding day? For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw Mr. Bloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern. So you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right? That's right. I just came across it by accident. But I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I had killed him. So this Bloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time? A time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? Well, you have a Magatama. You know magic exists. I don't know why this is too hard to believe. It's about as normal as anything else. Ellen's pendant added to the court record. A pendant worn by Ellen. It seems she received it from her fiancé. Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. Yes, good idea, Larry. The wedding. So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? That's right. We've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, Ellie, how can you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling you. We're meant to be together. What? You're wrong, Larry. Sniffle. I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the goatee on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you out to timeout. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What's he like? Why are you ironing now? His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny. Did you say Soren Sprocket? As in... That's right. The next president of Sprocket Aviation. Wait, he's in line to take over the company? He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice. Clearly. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Ellie, you're breaking my achy, breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh? Can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Sigh. Oh, my Soren. The shadowy figure. So what's this shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was when Mr. Bloomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I had lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Bloomsbury from behind. You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anybody else about this? I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. Can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel? Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't! Ellen's statement added to the court record. Ellen saw a suspicious third party on the Vista deck when she was being attacked by Bloomsbury. I guess I've asked her all I can for now. Spick and span! Spick and span! Ellen? What are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room now, can I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span! Spick and span! Let's hope we can wipe away all suspicion from you soon, too. Nick, we better get to the crime scene right away. What, you're coming too? Of course I am. If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, Ellie might change her mind about me, you know? You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go! Okay, let's go. Mooring deck. So this is Sprocket Park, but where's the reception hall? The reception hall? Oh, that's... Wow, looky there. What? What is it? I just spotted me a cute mamacita. Don't wait up, Nick. Hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick, a man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. I am an artist, after all. Oh, miss, you who? Ah, I thought he was going to take me to the crime scene. Ah, well, I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Wow, that airship is huge! Oops, didn't mean to say that out loud. I've only ever seen airships like this up in the sky. But I've got to say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. So this bitch hit that sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person, too. That would be a catastrophe. I guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, I better be on the lookout for unidentified flying furniture, too. Wow, this thing's really banged up. You looking at the sign? They say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. The gay bullshit? Yeah. Good catch. I see. The wind caused that? More like a tornado. The repair guy was saying, don't touch, it's dangerous. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Poor guy. Looks like it was a lot of work. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man! I wasn't on my game today! So now that you're done, you mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait, what's that say? Flying apple? Do you mean to tell me? Yup, Ellie's reception was on that airship. Whoa, a sky-high reception hall? Yup, and that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum, too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip, though. Here, check the airship out for yourself with this pamphlet. Everyone's favorite twink, Larry? I didn't know people were that into Larry. That's funny. Flying Chapel pamphlet added to the court record. A pamphlet for the Flying Chapel. It includes a brief introduction and diagrams of its layout. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did? Yep, should be here any minute now. What? Who the hell is that? Was that a motorcycle? No, it's a sports car. That red sports car! Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well, right? Oh, it's Maya? Surprise! Now admit it, that was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it? But Maya, what are you doing here? Larry called me up. He said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. That's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride. Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me. Nick, what's Larry talking about? He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride, anyway. Wow, poor Larry. That's a new low even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriends never hurt anyone, right? More power to him. This is Maya Fey. Maya jump scare. True. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. But now that her training is over, she's back home here in the States. That's right. The new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready. Look at you, Maya. All grown up and as cute as ever. Ooh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever got married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. Edgeworth! Edgeworth! I figured that car belonged to you. But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car. I nearly ran her down. Maya, that's dangerous. Don't do that. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine and the district's chief prosecutor. I heard he's been busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too.
He did. However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene.
Business? What kind of business?
There doesn't seem to be any rust on that badge. But can the same be said of its owner?
Of course, I'm practically rust-proof.
Let's hope you stay that way.
I can't believe Edward's still driving around in that bright red car. Maybe it's time he pimped it out by slapping a cravat on its hood or something. Wow, that huge airship is more to just that skinny little tower. I know it's tied down and all, but it still looks like a good breeze could send it flying. The incident.
Just so you know, right, I am the lead prosecutor on this case.
What? You?
Yes, it appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around.
So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor?
It's a bit complicated, to say the least.
In what way?
The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office.
Pressure to settle it amicably, right? What do you mean, settle it amicably?
It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug.
Wow! Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout?
Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial worlds. To the point where no one dares to oppose them.
You tell me that includes you.
Don't be ridiculous, right? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a Sprocket.
So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right?
That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I'm up against. For that is a part of my creed. Nothing and no one can sway me from that, not even the almighty Sprockets.
Right.
If they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, they have another thing coming.
You know, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests, but all they got instead was you.
Edgy, come on, man! How can you prosecute my poor, sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back, not for you or anyone else.
Thanks for the warning, Your Righteousness. Edgeworth. So how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume?
Of course. Unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands.
Huh. Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth.
Nice try, right? But as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy. Including you.
As inflexible as ever, I see.
Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well.
Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself?
Excuse me?
He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he? Edgeworth, about this incident.
Don't forget, right, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries?
No, I guess we are adversaries for now.
And you, Larry.
Me?
I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect.
But Edgy, we're old pals, aren't we?
Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along.
Wow, Nick, help me out here!
A lot of crying.
A lot of crying happening. And there he goes. Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever? Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out. Well, Nick, we better hop to it, too. Hop to what? Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is going to be fun. Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. Alright, to the crime scene, then. Yeah, and away we go! Reception hall. My mouth is as dry as ever. So this is the reception hall. According to the pamphlet, we're right here. Yikes, we're pretty high up, but at least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad. Oh, look, Nick, it's Emma. Hey, Emma, over here. Mr. Wright, Maya, does this mean you've taken the case? Yeah, that's how things turned out. So do you mind if we take a look around? Be my guest. We're pretty much wrapped up on our investigations, so go right ahead. Now's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. Whoops. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit. Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though. They say that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know. They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner. Aww, I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat. They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. With those tight corsets squeezing their waist, they can barely eat a bite. Really? It sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture. I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. So that's the Vista deck out there. I bet the view is amazing. But I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh, Nick? Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up there. This must be where the time machine was placed. I can't believe that such a beautiful memento was used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, we have to prove Ellen's innocence no matter what it takes. I agree. We can't let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. I think that about does it for this area. Wow, look at the horns on this flying bovine. He must be a bull. It seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece. By the look of those wheels, I bet he can be rolled around rather easily too. Yeah, I bet it would be quite a hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. And this is what the backside looks like. What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle? Oh, I get it. This way they can get inside to change the light bulbs. I see, they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted. I guess they figured nobody will see it, so why bother? It makes sense to cut costs where you can. Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this thing. This must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. It looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken. That's not a cow, Nick. That's Pegasus, the flying horse. No way. It's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything. But look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's a Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Let's see. Apparently, it's called a Pegamoo. I did not see that coming. Yet somehow, the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know? Huh. That's strange. What is? Well, this Pegamoo is definitely a male Pegabull, right? Yeah, I'd say so, with the horns and all. Okay, well, that Pegamoo over there is also a Pegabull. But take a look at the pamphlet. See? The one on the right says Pegabull, but the other one says Pegacow, a female Pegamoo. Right. The pamphlet goes on to say how they have Pegamoos for the happy couple. I love these names. Pegabull, Pegacow, Pegamoo, especially Pegamoo. I can't be serious saying Pegamoo. So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and female pair of Pegamoos. But for some reason, there are two males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room? It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder, though. Broken lantern added to the court record. The Pegabull lantern in which the victim's body was found. In any case, we'd better check this thing out. What do you think this is, Maya? It looks like a flower petal to me. What an unusual shape for a flower petal. Do you suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? No, I don't see a single flower like this at any of the tables. I wonder where it came from. So this is where the body was found. And the first person to find it was Ellen. Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? Let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it. Photo of victim added to the court record. The victim was discovered inside one of the lanterns in this reception hall. Hey, what's this? Ooh, let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote it in a rush. And why do you say that? Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. Guess I'll take your word on that, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert. Hey! Even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. Alright. Let's get back to the note. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Oh, Maya? Are you craving curry rice or something? Whoops! So, Emma, where's this Vista deck the note mentions? It's at Heliport you see right outside the window over there. So he'd planned on pushing Ellen off from there? What a monster. Bloomsbury's note added to the court record. A note found near the victim's body. The writing is smudged as though written by a right-handed person. Did this come from the lantern? It's covered in blood. Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern? Can you imagine going to open a door and finding the knob covered with blood? That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. I guess that about does it for this lantern. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take to the skies. It's kind of a romantic notion, don't you think? Yeah, but I just noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling all that well. I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it fall on my head. It's a fog machine. I wonder if they used it during the reception. Ooh! Hey, Nick! Go stand over there for a sec. Why? Just because. Now go! Alright. I've got a bad feeling about this. Fogmaster 9000 on! Maya, no! Huh? Aw, nothing happened. Looks like it won't work without some dry ice. Darn it. All I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke. Sigh. Fog machine added to the court record. A device that utilizes dry ice to emit a large amount of thick fog-like vapor. That's one big partition screen, industrial size even. I bet it'd cause an industrial-sized mess if it fell over. And that's why you're not allowed to touch it, Maya. What? Then who's gonna test how stable it is? Just leave it alone, please. It looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is. That face looks awfully familiar. Yes, it does. Guess I'll bring it to him later. Business card wallet added to the court record. A business card holder with a peculiar yet suspiciously familiar imprint in the center. A model airplane, the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding. And a propeller plane like this lends the room a great old-timey feel. Oh, I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. Can you picture it? The Steel Samurai, zipping through the clouds over near old Tokyo? If Sprocket Aviation ever becomes a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening. Why didn't I think of that? I think I'll go suggest the idea to them later. But please at least wait until after the trial is over. What happened? Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case. So do you think you could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I'd expect him to be tight-lipped about it. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected. The victim's name is Dumas Gloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household. Ellen was a maid for that family as well, so that means the two of them were co-workers? Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very closed and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher ranked than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss? We don't know the defendant's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. And what circumstances are these exactly? Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands. But why would a bride who was just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Did the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back. But why did he attack her to begin with? Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Gloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Ellen first? But if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick? It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we could prove that, but... I wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim. Oh wow! A servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company? It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. It does, doesn't it? Thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently. The murder weapon. So what was the murder weapon, Emma? This clock was a secret mechanism built into it. This clock with a secret mechanism built into it. It was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. So the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? But that's funny. There's no blood on it as far as I can see. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence? But there was definitely a luminal reaction. And it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny looking clock. They call it the timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day. A time machine, huh? Comes to think of it. Ellen said her pendant was a part of a time machine. I wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. Timekeeper added to the court record. The murder weapon, dubbed the Timekeeper, is a clock with a secret mechanism. A star-crossed marriage. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself. So a maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? I guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Yes, apparently the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed. But that didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity. Oh, is that how it works? Yep, if you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spend all of my time in crying watching soap operas on TV. I'm not sure that's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya. Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment too. And from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who opposed their marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. Well, I guess that just about does it for the crime scene. Hey, Nick! I want to see the rest of the airship. We might as well, since we're here. True. We might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Like this gentleman. What's he wearing? Nick, how long has that guy been standing there? I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation? Huh? Nick, he wrote something on that paper airplane. I guess we're supposed to read it then? Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome. Mr. Wright, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket. Or to put it another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation. So he's Ellen's fiancé? Uh-huh. He's pretty peculiar. Oh, there he goes. He's kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. An inventor, huh? Yep, he even designed this airship. That's pretty impressive. Nick, this is no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen. Oh, right. It looked like he was heading outside. Mooring deck. Dock. Mooring dock. There he is. Excuse me, can we talk to you? Can you stop flying a little toy airplane? What's he doing? Why is he doing that? He really is eccentric. Just a little weirdo. A little freak. Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you what you're doing? He sure is riding up a storm. It is possible. If an enormous change in mass can be detected at that observation point, then theoretically matter can retain its form even as it crosses the event horizon. Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. Ellen. Excuse me, but we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow. So could we ask you about the case? There he goes. Flying another paper airplane. Ow! What the? Not interested. Not interested? How can you say something like that? This is about your fiancé. She's under arrest, you know? Okay. He's talking real fast. The diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet tall. 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move matter comprised of that amount of mass is... He's off in his own little world. Can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. We'll just have to talk on his level then, with something he might be interested in. Okay, I guess I have to present something. Could you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. He wasn't even listening? Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected, based on Ellen's gushing testimonial anyway. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested. This guy is the worst. Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Guess that got your attention. So, is time travel really even possible? Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The timekeeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall, that is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part. That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine too?
What Ellen experienced is akin to traveling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Unless... maybe the quantum system inside the pendant somehow accidentally interfere with the natural flow of the fourth dimension? We're losing him again. Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine. The time machine. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the space-time continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel is a mode of transportation? Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. But they are all fundamentally similar in that they constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. For generations, Sprocket Aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap. Yawn. Oh, is he done? So what exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick? Well, basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-thru to it, I guess? Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with a quicker and more efficient delivery system. What Soren really wants to do is launch humanity into the future. Launch humanity into the future. Launch, not lunch. But do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know? But you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist. All I know is Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too. When it comes to inventions, anyway. Yeah, his apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Master Soren? It's him! He killed the dude. It's totally him. He just looks like he would turn into a villain in like a second. It is time for the meeting on next term's project. What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again? Tut tut, you are the future president. You must consider the business side too. It is I found Soren. Send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Soren, you do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nichity. Pierce Nickety. Persnickety? Please call me Pierce. I'm the Sprocket family butler. Nick, a butler! I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. And who might you be, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Oh, so it is you. I'm most grateful to you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So hey, speaking of the case... Oh, one moment, please. Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch. Oh, this is just a bit of a good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. What is it about this pocket watch that we're gonna find out about in the trial, huh? But I guess it makes sense. Knowing the time is pretty important in this line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There is a little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to Sprocket Manor? Huh? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense, I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, Nick! A fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything. And what about the investigation? Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house? I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads? Of course it will. I say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Soren's place. Alright. You win. Very good. To Sprocket Manor, then. Foyer. We got a gentleman in a fancy suit and top hat. Oh wow, I want to talk to him. We have a maid, and then we have some lady.
Wow, this place does not disappoint. Ooh, I'm so excited.
Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions?
Huh? That's why you invited us here?
I'm sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation.
Aww, and I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks too.
There, Maya. Don't cry. This Pierce guy is one shrewd man.
Which is why he's the murderer. Hey Nick, look at that cute vintage radio.
Radio? Oh, that thing over there under the stuffed bull's head.
I'm gonna take a closer look.
Crash! Fuck! I thought I told you to settle down.
Sorry.
Not to worry. What the fuck is that? It repaired it? Wow, that little mech fixed it right up. I am not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty.
That was incredible! What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway?
It's my fixer-upper, shoulder mech. Master Soren made it for me. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment, though.
That's so cool! I wish I had one of those!
Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked.
He must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. I should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here, too.
A bull.
Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the Flying Chapel, too. The president of the company must have a thing for cattle. The bull is the symbol of Sprocket Aviation. To be as strong and steady as a bull. That's the company creed, you know. Probably for all the back-breaking labor they put their employees through. By the way, that bull logo in the Flying Chapel, the one with the rainbow wings, his name is Rainy the Rainbow. Get it? I get it! He's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's a rainbow, right? What a memorable name, huh, Nick?
Yeah, for the lameness of the pun.
Don't you dare touch that radio again. It looks like an expensive antique. What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it right up again.
I really hope he's nice enough to waive the repair bill.
Oh, it's the bridal bouquet. Hey Nick, how about I throw it and you try to catch it?
Why me?
Just because. I bet you look hilarious flying around trying to grab it.
But doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go after the bouquet?
Who cares? Just catch it. Here.
Ow! Hey, you threw that right at my face. Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet. Trust me.
Why not?
They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last. But I already caught it.
Whoops. Too late now, huh, Nick? Hey, Nick. Now here's a real lady.
She looks as smart as a whip, doesn't she?
I wonder who she is. We didn't see her on the airship.
That is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady.
Soren's sister. I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. Selena Sprocket photo added to the court record. A photo of Soren's older sister, Selena. It looks like it was taken in some kind of office. Ad starts in 1 minute. Wow. Cool. Nick! Look at that airplane propeller up there going round and round. I see they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airline family. I wonder if it doubles as a fan. Ooh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of the wall? And the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency. How cool would that be? If that's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the sprockets get their milk. Nick, first of all, that's a beef cow. And second, bulls don't make milk. Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. Oh, are those pictures of the wedding reception?
Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here.
Do you mind if we have a look at that photo?
Be my guest. Take as long of a look as you'd like. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape?
Oh, ad break ends in 3 minutes. So I'll take a break. Oh. Ad break has ended. It goes so fast when you aren't looking at the ads. I'm always surprised at how fast it goes. Waiting for the ad break to end. When I'm not actually watching the ads myself. Hello, Rachie. How you doing? Hope you've been having a good day. I'm in the middle of the special episode for the third Apollo Justice game, Spirit of Justice. The bride in the center has been accused of murder, of murdering someone who was planning on attacking her. She was marrying into a rich household. And I lost my train of thought. I was gonna explain the whole thing. Fuck. And I just started this an hour ago, so you're perfectly on time to experience the first part of the trial.
A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds.
Wow, look at how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous, though. She does, doesn't she? Hey, look, there's Pierce.
Really? Where?
Right there, behind the sweetheart table. Oh, I see him. Hey, you're right. I've guessed that the dude that we just circled, I've guessed that he is the murderer, the actual murderer. I just feel like he looks like a villain. He looks like someone who would just freak out and then show his real side. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner. So what do you think, Nick? Does anything in this photo stick out at you? No, not at the moment anyway. Photo of reception added to the court record. He totally does? Ah, I'm glad you agree. A photo of the reception taken by a relative. Much of the reception hall is obscured by thick fog. Hey, Nick? If Ellen really did travel back in time, do you think this photo is of the second reception? You know, after the time jump?
I wonder.
Excuse me, sir?
Yes, can I help you?
Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that?
Oh, no, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. He clams up faster than a clam.
What's this on the floor? Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor.
Well, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel key card.
The Flying Chapel? What areas in the Flying Chapel require a key card, if I may ask?
Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, which is chock full of machinery.
So you can't enter those areas without a key card?
That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen.
Wait, what's Ellen's key card doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred?
I don't believe so, and she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although, there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier.
Was that man wearing a beret by any chance?
Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. He was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache.
It's the butts. I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? I guess that's it.
Yeah, he's stylish.
He certainly does have a style. He is totally a villain. I just know it. The incident. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Oh, whoops.
Do you think she did it?
Well, I can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it. He has to be? I'm so glad you agree with me. I guess you could call it a gut feeling.
I see. I guess we have different opinions then.
Do we now?
The prosecution says that when Bloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective.
Oh, you only agree because you're the one who killed him.
Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying this case.
Burying the Bloomsbury case, huh?
I fear you are mistaken. All we saw was merely a...
Wait, was that Phoenix that spoke? I guess I'm getting confused because of the P's.
All we saw was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now, as she is no longer a part of this family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to give their marriage license before holding a banquet.
So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose.
I realize how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprocket family butler.
Oh yeah? Would you even commit murder? You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well, don't you think? Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth with a butler.
Oh, and by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime.
Time travel. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time?
She must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously.
Thornton himself said that time travel was possible, though.
Master Thorn said that? It sounds like he is still stuck in the past.
He's psychologically stuck, I take it.
Excuse me. What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still, have lemon slices at the ready just in case. We must not disappoint her, understand?
You sure are busy.
All in a day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon.
Could you tell us about that thing you mentioned about Soren's past?
There is something in Master Soren's past that he wishes he could change. Please forgive me. This isn't something I should be sharing with strangers.
Now I really want to know what Soren's still hung up on. Discovering the crime.
It was some time after the reception. Some of the Master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall, and that is when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim with a bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen.
But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like. That's right! She just happens to find the body!
I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. Ugh. And that is what I told the police who came in response to my call.
I see. So Pierce was the one who reported it to the police, huh? Pierce, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister, Selena, right? I don't think we've met her yet.
Yes, about that.
He seems hesitant all of a sudden. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about her?
Alright, very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all.
Soren's past?
Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line.
So why isn't she becoming the next president?
Because she died in a car accident.
What?
I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research on time machines. He has also become a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around then.
He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him.
Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all his time in inventions. As the family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. Hey Nick, what are you doing here?
Larry?
Oh man, Edgy gave me a heck of a hard time.
Larry, what are you doing here?
I came to promote my new character, Cupiglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in with me for it.
Wow, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You can learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them?
Now's not exactly the time for that, in case you hadn't noticed.
See? And this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapel yesterday, right?
Huh? Was I?
What were you doing there?
Nothing.
Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of. But never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with, you weren't involved in this case, were you? Larry? Hey! He took off!
I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Come on, Maya, after him! Oh, are you leaving so soon?
We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us.
I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare the family's feelings as you do.
Yes, of course. He skedaddled so fast. He really did. There he is. Hey, Larry!
Hey there, friends. Fancy meeting you here.
There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that?
Huh? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration for my new picture book hit me and I had to run is all. It was like, epiphany. You dig?
Right. He's just going to keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick? I found this in the reception hall. Say, that's a pretty stylish wallet, ain't it? Have you ever seen it before?
Nope.
I'll take that as a yes. Which means he must be trying to hide something from me.
I don't know anything about that wallet.
I'll just have to take him to task later. What you saw on the airship. Come on, Larry. I know you were on that airship, so what did you see?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship.
Magatama time.
Come on, Larry.
Psyche locks.
You say something?
The spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. They're called Psyche locks, and when I see them, I simply present the Magatama to try my hand at breaking them. If I can unlock them, I'm sure to finally get a straight answer out of him.
Take that!
What Larry is hiding. This is no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding.
I'm telling you, Nick, you've got it all wrong. I've got nothing to do with this case whatsoever.
Come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person.
Take that!
You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place. And all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it. Whoa!
Don't diss me, Nick. If you're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof, if you got any.
Doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof that you were on that airship.
Take that!
Uh-oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. Gah! Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding?
Whoa! Alright, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything.
Arvis Undercroft just traded with 8 viewers.
Hello, thank you for the raid, Arvis Undercroft. Hey, pretty one. How you doing? I hope your stream, Aravis Undercroft, was good. I'm Melody Wisp, and I'm currently playing the special episode for Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy Spirit of Justice, which is the third game in the trilogy. Hello, how goes? I'm doing really well right now. I'm playing this game. I'm having fun. And how are you? I'm currently trying to get Larry Butts to tell me the truth. He's lying to me about being near the scene of the murder that occurred a few hours ago in this game. It's the bride of an aviation company has been accused of murder of her coworker. They were both staff of the aviation family's household. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you, hey pretty one, for mentioning me like that. That's really nice. What you saw on the airship. Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway?
Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me.
Huh. I didn't know you took on real jobs like that too.
Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net.
And that's how you met Ellen?
Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo for the welcome sign, but seeing her in person.
Yeah, the airship, is pretty cool. I like listening to you, Melody. You bring these games to life. Aw, thank you. That's so nice.
The way she smiled at me and said thank you. Sigh. I felt like I'd been hit by lightning.
And that's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only my family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall.
Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business card wallet.
So somebody else must have found it and brought it to the reception hall then.
But you know what? I saw something incredible while I was on the flying chapel.
Like?
Get a load of this.
What the heck is this?
This is incredible? I don't see why it's incredible. What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship.
What's so incredible about a cabin?
Look at what was outside the window.
Extremely detailed drawing of incredibly important things, obviously.
It's one of those flying dinosaurs, a real-life pterodactyl.
You did not see a pterodactyl. Okay, it looks like a pterodactyl, but you did not see one.
I looked out the cabin window and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell you. What? When I told that Pierce Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. Oh, very suspicious of him.
But why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense?
Maybe Sprocket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine.
No way. Nick, this case is totally amazing! Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you?
Of course not. Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him I was wandering around on the airship. I told him I met Ellie at the mooring dock and we ran away together.
Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right out of his head had he heard about this. Larry's drawing added to the court record. A drawing Larry made from inside a cabin. It shows a pterodactyl flying outside the window. This case is gonna be so amusing. I can't wait for the trial. So Larry also experienced the time slip somehow. But how is that possible?
Hey Nick, I'll be taking my card wallet back now if you don't mind.
Business card wallet swiped back by Larry.
Oh yeah, this is for you.
What is it?
It's a picture of the hold. I took it when I was wandering around on the airship. See? There's Ellie right there in the middle.
And you had it developed just for me.
The hold? Yeah, see? It's right here on the diagram.
Okay, so now I know where the hold is. But what was Ellen doing there?
Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception.
I see. And around when did you take this?
Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready.
So this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be of any help, but thanks for this anyway. Photo of hold added to the court record. A photo of the hold stealthily taken by Larry. Ellen can be seen near the center. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how'd you get in there?
That's a trade secret. Can't tell you.
And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that's basically a wrap on the investigation. Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen, too. Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center then, so you can say hi. Visitor's room. No, why?
Please understand that this is in Master Soren's best interest.
Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. Oh, him.
The next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage.
Pardon us?
If it isn't Mr. Right.
So their marriage is definitely off?
There is no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best.
Sniffle, no! In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right?
I suppose you are right, but I am afraid that will be impossible.
That's not true. Not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured I will prove her innocence.
Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world, for better or for worse.
Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage.
Very well, but not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. And the reality is, Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce. I'm clean, I swear I am. Obsessively, compulsively clean. Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress.
Fine, you have my word, but you'll be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you will excuse me.
Now I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation, and we'd like to talk with you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find out? Investigation results. In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I could go back in time again like I had done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. You were so desperate you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. No! And as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Stop cooking! Really? What did he see? Time travel. Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. What? Not only that, but apparently Pierce Nickety told Larry to keep quiet about it. But why would Pierce do such a thing? Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret. A time machine, to be exact. Do you think that's why nobody would have confirmed my story? Because it's a secret? I really don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your key card at Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. Oh, thank goodness! I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I looked everywhere for it. Wow, I'm so glad you found it! At least there are tears of joy this time for a change. Well, Nick, it looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. That's right. I swore that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time. Great. With stodgy skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. No crying on the cast iron. Don't do it! Oh, that is how you get rushed. That's really unfortunate for her. And us having to witness such a tragedy. And we're set for the trial. Let's go! Defendant lobby number 3. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown. And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren! Do you think he came to see how she's holding up? Soren, my love, you came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say.
Blueprints.
Huh?
The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are?
Oh, they're in your room. Third shelf in the bottom, on the right-hand side.
Ah, I see. And he left. Oh, damn. He's leaving already? That's all he wanted?
Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cold of a person, or is that just how he comes off, I wonder? Sniffle, what about me, Soren?
Ellen.
He's back.
Come home soon. I'm lost without you.
Soren!
Later. Later, skater.
Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick.
Please leave me out of this. He has Edgeworth. He doesn't need a woman.
Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words, but it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear? Don't worry, I'm going to do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
The trial is about to start, sir.
Edgeworth. Knowing him, he's not going to yield an inch. So I've just got to fight with everything I've got and save Helen. Ellen. That's a different person. Helen. Legendary corset cinch. It is pretty legendary, I agree with that. Courtroom number 6. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise.
Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm in a grand reunion. It makes me want to go out for a dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away.
We can make it a welcome back party for Maya.
How about it, Edgeworth?
I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Oh ho! Still not one for light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Humph. Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law.
Guess we'll just have to have the party without him, then.
However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. I certainly wouldn't mind an invite, at the very least.
He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see. Emotionally constipated is a perfect way to describe Miles Edgeworth.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Ellen Wyatt, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible.
He's right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid the criminal charge. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though.
The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness.
Who is she? It's Emma.
Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Emma Skye, forensic investigator. And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor. Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma? We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. And I do mean that wholeheartedly.
I expected no less from you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to do my very best. Looks like you lost the popularity contest with Mr. Edgeworth, Nick.
Meh. I really could care less.
Besides, she'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial. Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less.
Now, Detective Skye, if you please.
Witness testimony. Rundown of the case. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way. He was struck twice? That's right, there's no mistake about it. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet, despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Which means, what exactly?
I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing.
She did, but how, Mr. Edgeworth? Because then it's not self-defense.
The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious.
Nick, is he saying what I think he is? I don't feel so well.
And thus, Mr. Wright, has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report.
So that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual. It's fine, right? It's not like we were going to plead self-defense anyway, right? Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Ellen.
Oof.
He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Autopsy report added to the court record. Let's read it. Bloomsbury's autopsy report. Time of death, September 20th, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. One contusion was found on the back of the head and one on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. What did it say? Bloomsbury's head shows signs of being hit twice. The timekeeper was used as the murder weapon.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination. Rundown of the case. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper.
Hold it!
Are you completely sure the murder weapon was the Timekeeper? Yes, completely. The shape of the injury on the victim's head matches up with that of the Timekeeper. And it's definitely heavy enough to kill someone with. But would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy? I tried it myself and I was able to lift it up just fine. Maybe you're just freakishly strong? Excuse me, Mr. Wright? I'll have you know that people in the force know me as a dainty forensic investigator.
Sorry, but really, you're hardly a delicate flower. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial if you know how.
Yes, sir. It won't happen again, sir. Moving on. The victim was hit with it from behind and he fell over right into the lantern.
Hold it!
The defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? If so, wouldn't she have hit him from the front and not from behind? The victim must have tried to run once Miss Wyatt started fighting back. That's probably when he got hit from behind. I see. Thus the blow to the back of his head. The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing the clock.
I don't know about that.
Regardless of how scary Erlen looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind. May I go on? Yes, of course. Please do. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon.
Hold it!
But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body, that she tried to use the timekeeper to go back in time.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound?
But Miss Riot really believes she could travel through time with that clock.
You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know?
Yes, I agree. Me three, but it's all I've got to go on. Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Hold it!
Miss Wyatt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim the first time. So why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again? Well, about that...
Allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again, indeed? To finish out the victim, of course. This very act clearly shows that she had every intention of killing Mr. Gloomsbury.
Irk! But Miss Wyatt would never do a thing like that.
Then let's see some evidence that disproves my theory.
Are you going to just stand there and take that from him, Nick?
I can't refute his claim head on, so I'll have to approach it from a different angle.
Well, it looks like we won't be going anywhere until we can refute Edgeworth's claim. This is so exciting! We haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages!
Yeah.
Okay, Nick, now go get him!
No need to rush me, Maya. Alright, I better start by comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have, and look for any glaring inconsistencies. Back of the head and one on the side. The victim's body was found collapsed inside one of the peggable lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals, a note, and broken parts of the lantern. The petals were from flowers now found inside the reception hall. Why is there blood on his hands? This doesn't disprove anything. I'm confused. What is the answer to this question? Back of the head and one on the side. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I don't see any inconsistencies. Murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. Victim was hit with it from behind and he fell over right into the lantern. The lantern being this. One on the back of the head and one on the side. Okay, that wasn't it. This piece of evidence does not prove anything. Even I knew that wasn't a very smart move, Nick.
Objection!
Okay, that gives the same response. Consult, please. So what do you think we should do now, Maya? That one statement sounds awfully fishy to me, Nick. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. So now it's just a matter of deciding which piece of evidence to present, right? Yeah, I'll take another look at the evidence and compare it to that last statement then. Which one is it? This one.
Hold
Defendant was fighting back. Him from the front, not behind. And he got hit from behind. That's the blow to the back of the head. Present.
Objection!
Okay, that's not it either. Different piece of evidence then.
Objection!
Okay, that's it. Detective Sky, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. What do you mean? If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. But if the victim had been hit from behind as you claim, then he should have fallen over into the lantern face down. Ah! It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it's Mr. Edgeworth's. Ah! Oh. There does seem to appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony. Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just break down, then you're sadly mistaken. Emma is unusually fired up today. Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I'd want to be my absolute best, too. Listen, Mr. Wright. It's entirely possible the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right?
Indeed, that was an excellent counter-argument, Detective.
You can count on me, sir. So what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? Is it possible the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern? It's possible. The defense believes it's possible that the victim's body was moved by the defendant. What are you doing, Nick? You're backing up Emma's claim? Oops, I meant to answer that in the negative.
In other words, you wish to claim the exact opposite of what you just said? A reversal that dramatic deserves an equally dramatic punishment.
There's no need to be such a drama queen about it, Your Honor. Well, I guess this leaves me with just one answer. I can't mess this up now. It's not possible. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? And what makes you so sure? One look at this here, and it should become obvious. What exactly are you pointing at, Mr. Wright? Oh, this right here?
What you're trying to communicate is not obvious at all, Mr. Wright. But this penalty should make my feelings in the matter pretty obvious, even to you. That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The defense's case is insufficient to overturn the prosecution's claims. This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt, guilty.
Okay, so what I was thinking was the flower petals would be underneath the body. But, okay. It wasn't that. I swear, there was some logic to it. It just wasn't the correct logic. Yeah, that makes sense, though. Thank you. Okay. Okay, maybe it's the other stuff on the body.
Those broken bits of the lantern?
Yes. If the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up from before the lantern even moved. Broke. Oh, you're right! Wait a minute, if that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right, which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. If the victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception.
What?
Edgeworth is gonna do his no finger wagging. In short, When Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims. Ah!
Objection!
Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred changes nothing with regard to her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claim, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended.
Objection!
Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario?
That's...
Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility.
Do explain, Mr. Wright.
Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone, somewhere, put the victim's body into the lantern.
I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have been put itself in there.
Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that... killed somewhere else. The defendant didn't do it. The defendant didn't commit this murder.
Objection!
Oh, for heaven's sake. Even if the murder was committed before the reception, that alone doesn't erase the suspicion against the defendant. It seems that was too ridiculous of a leap backwards from Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Wright. I suggest you look before you leap and think before you speak.
I guess I got ahead of myself on that one. If the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that he was killed somewhere else. If the body was hidden inside the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else. Oh, you're right!
You can run that mouth of yours all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright?
Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence, and in something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed.
Very well, Mr. Wright. In that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else?
The photo of the victim again? Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here. The flower petals, Mr. Wright. These petals are from a kind of flower that were not present in the reception hall. This means they must have gone into the lantern when it was somewhere else.
And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright?
I propose that this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from. Where are the flower petals? Oh, she has the pocket watch. Oh, maybe they were, like, in love. Her and Pierce. And now he's trying to split up Soren and his bride because he's angry about the car accident. Maybe he blames him for his death? I need to dip out for some IRL stuff. Thank you for the stream, and thank you for the raid! Bye-bye! Reception hall. Oh, taking up the hold. This. Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hold. Notice how their petals are of the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo?
Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower.
Objection!
Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young, so I can assure you that this is very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But Your Honor. Let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to after all, but maybe you should study up on them just in case the opportunity presents itself. No! Burn! This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hold. If the body was then placed in a lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason. Some reason indeed. It would completely destroy the prosecution's case. Then you mean the body was... Yes, the victim's body was inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What?
Objection!
He did his finger wag! I told y'all so he was gonna do his no finger wag.
Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me.
What are you talking about now?
Take another look at all of the evidence and you'll see what I mean.
I wish he would just tell me already.
Detective Sky, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct?
Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth?
Very well, let's see what you can do. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court.
Witness testimony. The prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Bloomsbury was killed after the reception, and that completely contradicts your claim. I guess so.
Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics?
Sure, though I must say you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth.
I beg your pardon?
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? He's cocky? As in... penis? That's disgusting. I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination.
Very well. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright.
Cross-examination. The prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception.
Hold it!
You sound pretty certain. You must have some solid grounds for making that claim, right? Of course I do. And you're going to feel silly when I show you what they are. Ready? Feast your eyes on this. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception.
Hold it!
I've read the autopsy report too, you know. Then you don't need me to explain it to you, right? How there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean. Detective Sky. I think you've overlooked something big. I have? Why don't you take another look at the evidence? But I've already looked at all the evidence, and quite carefully too, I'll have you know.
Detective Sky, do not be taken in by his verbal antics. He is simply bluffing, as always.
Right, sir. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong.
Hold it!
Is it possible that the culprit did something to obscure the real time of death? No, not in this case. There was no snow or anything to keep the body from decomposing, and there's no fridge on that airship big enough to fit a body into. So you've already checked into that, I see. It all comes down to the estimated time of death, doesn't it? Didn't the killer mess with the victim's time of death by keeping the body on ice?
Yeah, if they had the means to.
The prosecution is treating the estimated time of death as an absolute. But is it really? I take it you don't think it is, huh, Nick? In that case, we're gonna have to find a way to convince them otherwise.
Yeah, there's gotta be a way somehow.
How about the dry eyes?
Objection!
I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Finally, and that means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception is still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please take a look at this.
And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright?
It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall.
And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death?
Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic.
Dry ice? Oh yes, the super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, right? I see. So your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold?
Oh, in that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception.
Order! Order in this court! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? That the victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception? The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim.
Now we're getting somewhere.
The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright.
Huh? For what?
I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now, thanks to you, I do.
What piece of evidence?
To get into the hold, one needs a key card like this one. And here we have a record of those who entered the hold with such key cards. The times aren't specified, but these are the last entries on the day of the murder. And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant.
What?
So the one who moved the body out of the hold must have been... That's right, it was none other than the defendant.
Or whoever had her key card. She certainly doesn't have it. Hold entry record added to the court record. Hey Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple other names on here besides Ellen's.
Hey, you're right.
According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Piers Nickety had also gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit?
Objection!
Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky all you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Ugh! Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hall in order to dispose of it discreetly.
What do you mean by discreetly?
The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright.
For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and clean up the reception banquet.
I see. Ah! Look at you sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nevertheless, thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is... Ellen Wyatt.
Ah! Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one.
No. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing Defense for Dummies.
Way to go, sir. You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat.
I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away.
I guess he had a lot of stress built up.
I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Oh, really? Really, Nick? Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time. Before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see. Mr. Wright? Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court?
Why does he have to assume it'll be a bluff? Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there.
I will.
Well, alright then. Let's see. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used her key card? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it.
Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff to be true?
I assure you I'm not bluffing, Your Honor.
Well, now what?
Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen's key card. You can? Remember? The one who was sneaking around the holds in spite of not being a family member? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Miss Wyatt's car.
That's your witness? Are you saying that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word about that to me.
That's not surprising because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me is proof.
Then was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside to the reception hall?
You know as well as I that with him, anything is possible. And this one possibility we should definitely look into.
I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school?
When something smells, it's usually the butts.
Exactly. Okay. Time for another break. Be right back. I was waiting for the music to start. Ad break ends in 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue the trial.
Gah, that Larry, he'll pay for this.
Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery.
Yikes! Bailiff, seize the witness before he makes a run for it. No! No! Why does this stuff always happen to me?
Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself.
Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time.
Defendant lobby number 3. Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. A face-off against Mr. Edgeworth. A harrowing tightrope walk for the defense. Woo! I'm exhausted already. Boss! I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true, which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh? Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene. No! Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey, you! You're not getting off that easily. They get along so well, don't they? It reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearly. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him. We had all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember? Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you. So Larry's the next witness, right? I can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Courtroom number 6. Court will now reconvene. Nick, Edgy! The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us, just Mr. Wright. Nick, how could you? I don't really think he did it, of course, but I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. Witness testimony. Nick is a jerk face. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk! How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. Okay, that wasn't proper testimony. Thank you, Larry. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Can't any of you show me a little respect? Even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would if there were any testimony to cross-examine. Cross-examination. Nick is a jerk face. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk!
Hold it!
Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with?
Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face.
Yeah, well, that is my job.
And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done?
Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job?
You heartless jerk. Don't you have any compassion for me? How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Wyatt that entered the hold with that card, then you're the most likely suspect.
Ick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your old childhood friend?
Well, technically, yes. But it isn't personal, I assure you.
Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick!
You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you?
Okay, fine. In that case... We'll get this, pal. Our friendship's over.
Hold it!
Larry, listen to me.
Shut up. I'm not talking to you anymore.
This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Wyatt will be found guilty.
For real? If no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. Not that I would have a problem with that myself.
Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall?
I never moved any bull lantern, I tell ya.
Bull lantern?
What? Did I say something weird?
You told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe they told me? Only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me in the reception hall.
Yeah, so what?
Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. So how could you know that it was a bull lantern?
You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell there were 2 pega bulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet.
All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bull in the air in here. Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts.
Anyone could tell there were 2 pega bulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet.
Hold it!
Seriously, Larry? If you're hiding something, you better fess up now.
I'm telling you, I don't know nothing. Why do you have to doubt me so much?
Why? Because you're you, that's why.
Hedgie, you think Nick's being awful to me, don't you? So you tell Nick what a big meanie he is. I would if I thought he was being one. Not you too. Why doesn't anybody ever take my side?
I wish I didn't have to doubt him, but something about what he just said doesn't add up. You finally got a decent statement out of him, huh, Nick?
Yeah, finally.
It sure took a lot of work, though. I hope all of this leads somewhere. Take a moo. Take a moo.
Objection!
I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a pega cow and a pega bull in their example diagram at the reception hall.
Huh?
But on that day, instead of putting a pega cow and pega bull out for the bride and groom, there were 2 male pega bulls on display. Yet somehow, you knew there were 2 pega bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the pega bull to the reception hall, wasn't it?
Ah! No! Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like.
What?
Wait, Nick! You don't think I'm the murderer, do you?
Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt and you ended up killing him?
Maya, not you too! Look, I didn't sneak into this reception, but that's as far as I went. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly.
You snuck into the reception?
Yeah, sure. But some of the Sprocket men caught and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. But that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick.
Ixnay on the aerodactyl te, Larry.
Mr. Wright, not even you would take this farce that far, would you?
We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? No, of course not. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and tried to elope with her.
Just because I try to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer.
I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that.
Nick, old buddy, old pal, I knew you'd come through for me.
Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now that we were through.
Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth. Understood?
Witness testimony. Moving the lantern.
It's just like Nick said. I'm the one who moved the lantern.
Why did he do that?
I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
That's why?
So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? Then that means the victim really was killed before the reception.
Broken lantern updated in the court record. The lantern in which the victim's body was found. Larry wheeled it from the hold to the reception hall before the reception began.
It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note from the defendant. Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note, and thus he has become a suspect in Mr. Bloomsbury's murder. Gulp. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought there was a dead body in it.
Ah, what was a note like that doing on a lantern in the first place? I got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful.
Objection!
What a sorry excuse, Miss Riot. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy! I don't believe it!
Objection!
Do you still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth?
Of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination.
Gladly.
Very well. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Cross-examination. Moving the lantern.
It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern.
Hold it!
Why didn't you tell us that sooner?
Because I knew you guys were gonna be suspicious of me, that's why!
We're suspicious of you now because you tried to hide it.
My thoughts exactly. Well, now I've told you. Happy? So how about letting me go?
No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out.
Fine! I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken.
Hold it!
The lantern you swapped out was a female Pegamoo, a Pega cow, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one?
Because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I didn't have time to check for little details like that.
If you didn't want to get caught, you could have just left enough alone, you know?
Whatever! Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, I saw...
There was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen.
Hold it!
That note wasn't addressed to you, was it?
Well, I guess not, but... How could I let my dear, sweet Ellie do all that hard physical labor on her own?
It's precisely that thought process that constantly gets you in trouble, Larry.
Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Hold it!
Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns?
Nope, I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway.
Not that time.
Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time. I didn't have as much luck. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me.
All of my words are failing me right now.
Pretty exciting, don't you think?
Larry, you need help.
And then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence?
Well, is that statement if it's important to the case? It's important. Mr. Butts trying to crash the receptionist, subsequently getting locked up in a cabin. I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony. I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin.
Hold it!
So you got locked up. Then what happened?
I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it.
Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt? But, hold on a moment. What is it, Nick? Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. Right. Oh, wait. Huh? You're right, it doesn't make much sense, does it?
Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts this. Does it contradict? You can't see the statues in this photo, so it can't be that. Is it this? Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this.
Take that!
And in what sense does that piece of evidence contradict with the statement? It doesn't contradict it at all, does it? Indeed. Ugh! Oh, don't mind me, Your Honor. It looks like I just made a tiny mistake, that's all.
I used the wrong voice for that. Press.
Hold it!
Okay, it wasn't that. Was it this? Okay, I'll use what was I gonna use? Whoops. This? This?
Take that!
No, not that either.
Hold it! Take that!
Okay, it wasn't that either.
Hold it!
Let me pull up the walkthrough. Turnabout time traveler. Isn't the broken lantern? Okay.
Take that!
Is that...
Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all.
What? Why not?
You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right?
Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it?
But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in the cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception?
Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two.
Well, Mr. Butts?
I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception.
What?
I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up.
The first reception? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. He's talking about time travel.
Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Got it? We went back in time to before the reception. So of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why what I said makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I saw him last?
Well...
None of the Sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen.
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but... Could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing?
Go on, Nick. I know you can do it.
Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick.
The heck with it. I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began. It what? I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What? Everyone in the gallery, done.
Objection!
What absolute rubbish. Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind?
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using that logic ability you love so much.
What?
The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions?
A time machine?
Yeah, I even saw something while you were time traveling. I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip?
What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story.
Well,
As I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. He's an advanced Larry. Oh? You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here. This is a photo I secretly took at the first reception. What?
what?
Larry, I can't believe you... Well, anyway, good job.
If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions and can find a difference, then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice.
But do you really think such a difference exists?
Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you.
This is preposterous. Very well. Please show the court was different then.
This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. Is it the roses? Let me look at the court record before I do this. Yeah, it's the flowers.
Take that!
Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she is holding a red bouquet. You're right! That's impossible. What does this mean? It means that the defendant really did experience 2 wedding receptions. And she did that when she traveled back through time. What? Time travel! It exists in the Ace Attorney universe! We've done it! Nick! You did it! You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true! Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. This turns every assumption we based this trial on upside down.
Objection!
I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth? I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That never happened," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether. That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. Oh, he doesn't deny the claim, the allegation. He certainly does do that, huh? But the proof is clearly shown in the 2 photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth.
Objection!
Fine. I'll entertain your absurd delusion, if only to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. No. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has ever mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine...
Objection!
I'm not done, you bird brain. Bird brain? As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too? But that's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we even know that the trip through time did not really occur? There's proof in the photos that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, really. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible.
Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick. Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test?
Excuse me?
The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation?
Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright?
If time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is the gods. Such a mysterious phenomenon could only have been caused by the gods themselves.
I suppose the gods would be able to rewind time, or make the wedding reception happen twice, wouldn't they?
Indeed they would, Your Honor.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please bring these gods here to testify before this court.
Maya? Do you think you could? Not a chance.
On behalf of the gods who can't be here today, please have some divine punishment.
I knew I was reaching with that one. I guess I better come up with something more grounded next time. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is everyone at the reception. What if all of the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it?
What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing?
Well, what's with the clapping?
A brilliant deduction, defense.
Oh, wrong voice.
I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say, I underestimated you.
How so, Mr. Nickety?
You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day.
Then that means...
It was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice, but not because of time travel. No, we simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Bloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the same reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed. They needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket way.
Then who hid the body in the lantern?
We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that is how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There is just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold, it was the Vista deck.
What? Then Miss Wyatt's recollection of the events must be correct.
I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Bloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite a turn of events. And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last.
Now.
Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on.
Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth.
I bet you can't do it.
I bet I can't either.
Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she said she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit.
Objection!
You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it.
Objection!
But by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something.
You never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor.
Phew, that was close.
Mr. Nickety? As for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned.
I guess we'll just have to continue it now. Because it's only been 3 hours. Or should I save this for Monday? No, I'll continue it now. Write anything agency. What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception? Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it. Wow, 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them. I have no idea. But if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up if you ask me. Got that right. I'm sure I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back. Hey Maya, are you all set to go? Yep, ready when you are. So, what should we start with? Let's start with reviewing what we learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually true. So what really matters right now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked. So who is this mystery person? That's the $1,000,000 question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is key. I think I'll take toilets for $200 instead, Mr. Wright. Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. And we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was too, so that's good. You mean the groom, Soren Sprocket, right? Exactly. He might know something that could help us out.
So then, what am I doing here? I'm a very busy man, you know?
Well, all of the other people involved are Soren's family members, so I thought I'd better start by interviewing you, even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth.
Oh man, I have a really tight schedule, but aw heck, what are friends for, right? Okay, pal, go ahead and ask me anything.
You do remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? Whoa, it's one of those zigzag cabinets for dividing a person into 3. I've never seen one in real life before.
It's one of Trucy's magic props.
Ooh, let's try it out.
I don't know, it's probably dangerous to get in that thing if you don't know how it works.
Oh, come on, Nick. Just hurry up and get in there already. Why am I the one on the chopping block here? It's Charlie! His branches are as handsome as ever.
Charlie seems happy to see you too, Maya. His leaves are greener than usual today.
Well, he looks super healthy.
We always make sure he's watered and well cared for. And by we, I mean Athena and Trucy.
These are all your case files, right?
Yes, and there's private information on my clients in there too. So no snooping.
What's this? Perfecting teleportation magic?
Huh? Trucy must have swapped out my files for her magic books.
So, are you thinking about a new look, Nick?
What are you talking about?
That red jacket.
Oh, that's Apollo's.
Maybe you should wear a little red every once in a while. But, it's not really your color, is it? Then again, you never wear anything but blue, so why not give it a try? Here you go, Nick. Put it on.
Like I said, it's not even mine.
Ooh, there's all kinds of interesting stuff here, like this hoop.
Maya, that's not a hoop for hula hooping, you know. It's a
hoop used for levitation magic, right?
How did she know?
Come to think of it, you used to be a pianist, right, Nick? So play something for me.
I'm not really good enough to play in front of other people.
Can I play then?
No way! We'll get complaints from the hotel next door.
Oh, no fair. It's just a glorified shelf and nobody plays it, you know?
The incident. I want to go over exactly what happened when before I step outside this office again. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head? If I gotta. Okay, so the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in the cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after this first reception at around 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Bloomsbury. He forced her onto the Vista deck and was just about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Bloomsbury instead. To cover it up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy is claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it. The key point here is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Bloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope, not a soul, because I was locked up in a cabin at the time. But you managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope, that place was completely deserted. I guess it cause that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered together somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything ready fast and had the second reception soon after that. Then, after that second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body and the lantern I'd brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. We'll just have to look into it along with the identity of that mystery person. The cabin. So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin. Did you see anything unusual while you were in there? In the cabin? Let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual.
Oh right, that drawing of that pterodactyl you saw.
What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it, I swear.
But Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened, which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky.
Oh, are you doubting the eye of a super popular picture book author?
No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile.
Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw.
Larry's drawing updated in the court record. He probably mistook something for what he claims is a pterodactyl in this picture. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened to the real scene of the murder.
That's right, and I can say that with every confidence. Oh wow, would you look at the time? I better go. I have a book signing to get to.
A book signing? Whose book?
Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. It's Larry's Dolnim. Book signing. I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not. They're the ones coming around to beg me.
Looks like I guessed right.
Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day. Alright?
10? That's very generous of you.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna send the bill too, of course. Just put them down as office expenses or something. We'll see ya.
Wait, Larry! You don't need... he's gone. I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed. Oh boy, Tuesday's not gonna like this office expense. There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick? Right, we should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen? Sounds good, boss. I bet I can cheer her up.
I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena.
Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall. Honey? Really? Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know? You can leave the case to us, so you go ahead and run along now. But, boss!
Off you go, Athena!
No! I don't want to die! We better get going too, Maya. Okay! Visitor's room. Oh, my poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello, Ellen. Oh, Mr. Wright, what's going to happen with the trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. I'm telling you, it's the butler. You think that person could be the real killer? It's quite possible. And if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now? He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening. I think I better go have a chat with him later then. Why am I being treated to a view of someone's underwear? Right, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Soren? Well, he is the one who masterminded the second reception after the time skip. So I thought he might be able to tell us something. Ironing now? Yeah, she was ironing. And now she's banging a ladle and a pan together. How could you, Mr. Wright? You can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone. Alright, just calm down. No, not if you're accusing my Soren. Please, I'm not accusing anybody, so please put the pan and ladle down, alright? Really? Cross my heart. So for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? I better be careful not to provoke her. Let's examine this room first. That camera, what is it pointed at anyway? If they're trying to film the defendant, shouldn't it be pointed more this way? Oh, I think I already read these. Yep. Soren. Did you tell me about Soren? There's nothing to tell. He's squeaky clean. Alright, okay. Maybe I should avoid the topic of Soren right now. Let's talk about something else then. Fine, but you won't hear a peep out of me about Soren. Talk about pulling teeth. Pierce Nickety. Could you tell me about Pierce Nickety then? Pierce. He came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago. As the family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household. Only a year ago? Did he have some kind of special connection with the family? I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid. It might have been Soren's order, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. He's the one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have quite a bit of authority in that family. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anybody gain that much influence in a single year? I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it? Is it really as simple as that? Time travel. What you thought was time travel was really just a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. Pierce said Soren was the one who organized the whole thing. Still can't believe it. Even if the second reception was fake. Soren would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know? I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change. But isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic? I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travels do exist. Really now? You think he knows someone who actually traveled through time? That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Soren said as much. So I believe it. Somebody who actually traveled through time, huh? Pretty hard to believe. Thank you, Ellen. You're going out to do your investigation now, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, okay? I'm afraid I can't promise you that. What? Please, whatever you do, please don't upset my poor Soren any further. I'm begging you. I'll do my best not to cause many unnecessary trouble. Oh, I couldn't bear it if Soren ever came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself. Wah! Yikes! Ellen, please, don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Soren to worry, do you? No, you're right. And the flood waters recede once more. So what do we do now, Nick? Well, Ellen said Soren is usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring dock and figure out our next move from there? Roger, Nick! Mooring dock. So where should we start? Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall in Sprocket Manor. I know, we haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet. Hey, you're right! We've still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? The Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right? And the lantern with the body in it was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations. Do we know how to get to the hold? Good question. I think it was labeled in that diagram of the airship in this pamphlet. There it is! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go! Hold. So this is the hold. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. We better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb. Hey, Nick? Weren't we supposed to need a key card to get in here? Huh, you're right. I wonder why it was unlocked. How's it going, Mr. Wright? Emma, what are you doing here? Just a little independent investigating for my own sake. Gotta keep the mind sharp. Ah, so the door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We'd like to investigate the hold ourselves. Would that be alright? Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway. Thanks. We'll just take a quick look around then. Oh, right. You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise it up to the Vista deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. If you do go up to the Vista deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off. Got it, thanks. That goes double for you, Maya. Yes, ma'am! Well, let's get this show on the road. So this is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive. And it's all rhythmic, like a heartbeat. It's a little heart of the Flying Chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around and around and around and... Oh, Starting to get dizzy.
Yeah, me too. These must be the dishes and glasses they use for receptions. Very fancy. I bet we'd be in big trouble if we broke any of them.
Oh, I want to see Nick.
You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them.
Nick, you think I'm going to break them, don't you?
Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case.
These are the flowers we saw in Larry's photo.
The petals make them look like little gears. The perfect flower for the Sprocket family, huh? Maybe they were going to shower the couple with the petals?
You mean kind of like how people throw rice on or confetti?
Yeah, like that. Only these were found at the scene of a murder instead. So there are 2 male Pegaboo lanterns in the reception hall. That must mean that these 2 are female Pick-a-Cow lanterns.
Larry got their sexes mixed up when he replaced them in the reception hall, huh? Didn't you see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring if you ask me.
And yet he managed not to notice. That's what makes Larry Larry. And Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime.
Oh, Mr. Wright? You know the lantern the victim was found inside of in the reception hall? I'm just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it.
Oh, okay. We'll stop by for a look too once we're done with fixing it.
Oh, it's a cake, Nick! A cake! It's so big they wouldn't miss one little piece, would they?
If you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out.
You mean it's not real? Well, it sure fooled me. We're so ready to have some that I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick, let's go get some.
Maybe after the trial is over. What's that, a wedding bell?
According to the pamphlet, it's used on the Vista deck during wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds.
I guess they disassemble and store it away here in the hold when it's not being used.
Oh, look, Nick, it's an airplane.
I wonder if Soren built that one too.
Hey, why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick tour around the neighborhood.
And who do you propose is going to pilot that wooden death trap?
Me, of course. Who else? Don't worry, I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times.
I think I'll pass. I've still got my whole life ahead of me. Huh? It looks like there were some fingerprints on this candelabra.
Yeah, I just got done dusting that. I was able to pull a set of left-hand prints.
Do you know whose prints they are?
Yes, the prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Nick! I just figured out something amazing!
You did?
Get this! If the fingerprints on the candelabra were from his left hand, then Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed. What do you think of that? Do I have the makings of a great detective or what?
You're a real silly Sally if you think that deduction was any way encyclopedic.
Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. I looked into it myself and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed. Really? I got it right? Awesome!
Good for you, Maya.
Good for you? That's all you've got to say?
I think you did a real great job, Maya. Way to go! I guess one can never have too much info.
Now you're talking.
But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took of the hold, is it?
That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? The candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that then.
It's still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. I better add it to the evidence file, just in case. Candelabra added to the court record. A candelabra from the hole bearing fingerprints in Bloomsbury's left hand, which is his dominant hand. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright, you can have this fingerprint powder if you like. You're giving this to us?
Sure. I have 4 other sets.
Thanks. I feel like there's something more to the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. Oh look, there's the lever to the lift Emma told us about.
Let's try going up on it. I'll go flip the switch. Here goes nothing.
Wait, I'm not even on it yet. Oh, there's blood. It's a blood stain. Hey, Maya, stop the lift.
Sorry, I got a little carried away.
Never mind that. Move over a little.
Okay.
Is that blood?
Blood? Let me see.
Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood?
Well, this lift goes up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so I think that's the most logical conclusion.
But I thought the victim was clubbed to death and that there wasn't much blood. Something tells me I better take a picture of this. Lift bloodstain added to the court record. A bloodstain that was found on the side of the lift in the hold. It's unknown whose blood it is. I should ask Emma about some more later. Mike, can you bring the lift back down now?
You got it. I'll go flip the switch again. There.
Done. I want to find out some more about that bloodstain, but for now I guess we should go up to the Vista deck and take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves.
The view must be great from up there. I bet it'll be awesome.
You mean it would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder?
Okay, to the Vista deck we go. Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick.
I know.
Okay, I'll just flip the switch again and away we go! Wow, look at the gorgeous view.
So this is where Ellen was attacked and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed. Yeesh, one wrong step and it's kersplat on the ground below.
Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge?
Well, I don't see much of anything over there. The police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so maybe we don't need to?
Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick?
Okay, ad break ends in like 2 minutes. So I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back.
Of course not. Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold. Not a fan of that sound.
The incident. Any progress with your investigation? Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up, so it's hard to know who or what to believe. I know what you mean. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough trial for you. You're telling me. There isn't much time left, so I've just got to make do and see what I can turn up. The candelabra. Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more? A little more? What do you... Oops! What happened? I almost dropped the candelabra and the candle slipped off. Well, let's be careful with that. It might be important evidence. Wait a minute. Now what? One of the pins that hold the candles is broken. What? There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra. There is? What makes you say that? Call it forensic investigator's intuition. We already dusted this for print earlier. Let's test it with luminol this time. Knowing Emma, she'd use every test she has at the same time if she could. Just hang on. This will only take a second. I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Well, Emma, did you find anything? Take a look at this, Mr. Wright.
What is all that blood doing on there?
Candelabra updated in the court record. A candelabra from the hold bearing fingerprints of Blueberry's dominant left hand. Traces of blood were found on it. Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for the reception? These pins are pretty sharp. But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some force involved. Do you think maybe somebody got stabbed? But nobody reported anything like that. Quite a bit of blood. I wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. Emma, about this blood stain. Doesn't something about it strike you as odd? What's so odd about the victim's blood? Not exactly. There's just something about it that bothers me. Now that you mention it, I can't say I necessarily disagree with you. Maybe I should talk about this some more with her. The bloodstain. About this bloodstain. What about it? There's something about it that's been bothering me. Oh yeah? What's that? Well, there's a huge bloodstain on the crime scene left, and a bloodstained candelabra. Now, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. I guess that is a possibility. Can we compare the two bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time? Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiffy. And the results are in. That didn't take long now, did it? It seems that the blood from the lift and candelabra are from the same person. Lift bloodstain updated in the court record. A bloodstain that was found on the side of the lift. It matches the blood on the candelabra. Candelabra updated in the court record. Stained with the same blood found on the lift. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood. But if this isn't Mr. Bloomsbury's blood... Well, this is just a guess, but... What if Mr. Bloomsbury stabbed somebody with the candelabra pin? That would explain both the huge blood stain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Oh my goodness! If that's true, then that means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder! It does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about a third person. Emma, could you have this blood analyzed? Sure thing. A mysterious blood stain on the candelabra with the victim's prints on it. This just might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. Next up, the reception hall. It might be worth taking another look around in there. The reception hall? The forensics team is in there investigating right now. Oh, they are? Well, we don't have time to just sit around, so let's go check out something else. Good idea. We could go question some people. Especially Soren. I have quite a few questions for that guy. Sounds good, Nick. I'll have to do some legwork then. Yep, I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters. He was accompanying the police on their investigation earlier, but he's probably home by now. Great, thanks. Later, Emma. Bye-bye, Emma. Let's go to the foyer. I still can't get over how gorgeous Sprocket Manor is. Just don't touch anything. I wasn't going to. She was definitely going to. I was told I had guests. Thank you for seeing us, Soren. We know you're busy. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the case if you wouldn't mind. Soren? You're Ellen's lawyer, right? Huh? Yes, that's right. Don't tell me he doesn't remember me. Will Ellen be found guilty? We're doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here investigating. Will you please tell us what you know? Soren? Alright, fine. What was that pause all about? The cover-up. It was you who gave the order for that large-scale cover-up plan, isn't that right? What large-scale cover-up? Don't play dumb with us. You held 2 wedding receptions in order to try and cover up Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Ellen thought that. Oh, Ellen thought that through the power of the timekeeper you built, she traveled back in time. Oh, so that's why there were 2 receptions. Wait, does he seriously not know why the reception was held twice? Looks like I'll have to delve deeper here. Time travel. So the cover-up scheme, that fake trip through time, you're not the one who was behind it all? Pierce Nickety stated in court that you were the one who ordered it to be carried out. Pierce said that? I see. I leave him in charge of everything around me. So whatever he decides is, in essence, my decision too. So I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up? That's none of your business. But you were in 2 wedding receptions in a row, and still you claim to know nothing? I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave. But Soren! Ow! Oh, there's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Go away. It doesn't get any clearer than that, huh? He's looking especially uncooperative, but maybe I can grab his attention somehow? There's still that one piece of evidence I don't know much about. It's worth a try. This. I'm sure your sister would want the truth of this case to be known. How rude. Is intruding on the private lives of others a part of your job as a lawyer? Oh, I apologize. I guess showing him the picture of his sister wasn't a good idea after all. What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket! Can't read him at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this. Soren, have you ever seen this before? That's... Soren, what is it? Nothing. Why did his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? He's gone pale as a ghost, too. Soren! Nick! Look at his stomach! He's bleeding! Somebody help! Soren's collapsed! Master Soren! Get him to the hospital, quickly now. Poor Soren, there must be one serious wound. What is it, Nick? Well, when I showed him the candelabra, his whole demeanor changed. So I was just thinking that maybe his injury is... Huh? What's this? It's Soren's notebook. He must have dropped it in the rush to get him to the hospital. Ooh, his notebook, huh? I wonder what's written in it. Don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek. Soren's notebook. What to do, what to do. Take a peek. I feel guilty snooping around in somebody's personal notebook, but maybe we should take a little look-see. Whoa, it's filled with big words written in tiny letters. I guess he uses this notebook to write down his invention ideas? Huh? What is it? Did you find something? After March 8th of last year, the content of this notebook changes dramatically. Like how? Well, ever since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life. As in every. Maybe he decided to start keeping a diary? But this is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary. Either he's really compulsive, or maybe just plain forgetful. But is it really as simple as that? I feel like something happened on March 8th that made Soren change. Well, why don't you let me take a look at that and I'll tell you. Hey, Maya, let it go or we'll rip it. Eep! Now look what you did. You dropped it. You should have just let me take a look. How is this my fault? Oh no, Nick! Ah, it fell into that pool of Soren's blood. Can't read a thing on these 2 pages now. Uh-oh, you're gonna get it now. Ugh, I guess it really is my fault after all. Let's just put it away carefully for now. We can't let anything else happen to it, you hear? Soren's notebook added to the court record. Huh? Hey look, there's something sticking out of the notebook. It looks like a newspaper article. Let's see. It's about the car accident Soren's sister died in. Happened on March 8th. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh wow. What else does it say? It says the driver at the time of the accident was Dumas Gloomsbury. It says Soren was in the car too and that he had sustained severe injuries. It's just like Pierce said. Soren completely changed at the accident. Newspaper article added to the court record. A clipping of a newspaper article detailing the car accident that resulted in Selena Sprocket's death. So Bloomsbury was driving the car when they got into that accident. That opens up the distinct possibility of Soren holding a grudge against Bloomsbury. You think Soren could have... I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. Ah. Okay. I think I'm getting a good picture of what happened. So, she died in a car accident after Dumas Bloomsbury was driving the car. And we see here that there's the pocket watch there that Pierce Nickety is always carrying around and looking at. But it's on Selena's desk, which means it used to be hers, but when she died, he decided to take it. Maybe it was gifted to him. Whatever. The important thing is that he has it now, and this is a symbol of their love, I think. And so that gives Pierce Nickety a motive to murder Dumas Gloomsbury out of revenge. That's what I think, anyway. Pierce Nickety, it's gotta be you! You're the killer! We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. Though he doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel. Mooring dock. I sure hope Pierce is around here somewhere. Ah, Mr. Wright and Miss Fay. Hello, Pierce. We were just looking for you. I'm sorry for Master Soren's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies. It was totally understandable, really. But shouldn't you be at his side right now? I gotta go now. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you for sticking around for so long. Bye-bye. Have a good rest of your day. It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I am in constant contact with them. Do not forget to give him his pain medication, and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also, see to it that he is not up and about. He needs complete bed rest. Is this what happens when you're too rich for normal peasant phones? I must return to Master Soren now, but did you want something of me? Actually, here's Soren's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed. I hope Pierce doesn't notice the bloodstain. Oh, thank you very much for this. I will see to it personally that Master Soren gets it back. Thank you. I trust you did not look inside. Oh, of course not! Because it is filled with numerous pen-worthy ideas, you see. Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions about the case? There's a pocket watch. Well, as I said, I must be getting back to Master Soren. So if you could make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it. Alright, I'll make this as quick as I can. The cover-up. I'd like to ask you about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind. I told everything there is to tell in court already. Disposing of anything that might harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job. Sounds like a lovely job description. I have nothing more to say on the matter. I will say, I do not think it's wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed. Right. And the accident. Pierce, could you tell us more about this accident?
Where did you find that?
And did I not already tell you about that accident? You did, but you conveniently left out one crucial detail. The fact that Dumas Bloomsbury was driving the car at the time.
Oh, did I not mention that? I suppose it simply did not come up then.
If Mr. Bloomsbury caused the accident, why didn't the Sprocket family fire him? Wouldn't that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake?
Please do not misunderstand. Bloomsbury stayed on with the family. On Master Soren's request.
What?
That is the type of person Master Soren is. Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Selena's kind nature. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moments she thought of Mr. Soren.
Not only did Soren not hold a grudge against Bloomsbury, he insisted on keeping him on. Now I really don't understand how that guy's mind works. Selena's last moments. So you were present for Selena Sprocket's last moments?
Yes, in my professional capacity. The accident happened on the way to a certain party.
And what kind of a party was it?
It was Miss Selena's engagement party. Bloomsbury's injuries were minor, but Miss Selena's and Master Soren's were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital.
Wow, to have such a terrible thing happen on what was supposed to be a day of celebration.
Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Soren pulled through. But Miss Selena, she... The last words Miss Selena said to me were, "Here, take my pocket watch. It's yours to have forever.
Please help Soren."
Ever since then, I have attended Master Soren and tried to help him in any way I can.
I see. So his fiancé must have been devastated.
Indeed. The shock of losing Miss Selena was so great, he quit being a surgeon.
He was a surgeon? Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both, was he?
Yes, he was Miss Selena's fiancé.
What a terrible tragedy. Why do you have the pocket watch then? How awful. So where is her fiancé now?
Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself.
So Selena had a fiancé. I'd like to find out more about him, but I doubt I'll find him anytime soon.
So are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going.
Could you please just tell me a little more about Soren?
There is nothing more to tell.
I can't seem to get any real answers out of him just by asking him questions. But there is that piece of evidence I still don't know much about. Maybe he'll be able to tell me something about it. Pierce, have you ever seen this candelabra before?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Psyche locks! 3 of them! My Makatama reacted. Pierce must be trying to hide something from me. I have to break those psyche locks and find out what.
Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
Take that!
Pierce's secrets. Pierce, you're hiding something from me about this candelabra, aren't you?
It is one of the candelabras from the Flying Chapel, is it not? Is there something special about it?
Actually, yes. There's some blood on it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person. Soren has a rather nasty wound in his body, doesn't he?
Yes, Master Soren is indeed injured.
Are any of the other people involved with this case injured?
Not as far as I know.
I see. Then let me ask you this, Pierce. Do you suppose Soren could have been more directly involved than you're letting on?
What in the world would make you think that?
Oh, I've got my reasons. Mr. Bloomsbury's fingerprints were found on this candelabra stem, which leads me to believe that Mr. Bloomsbury stabbed Soren with it.
You cannot possibly think Master Soren is the one responsible for the murder.
I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment, but I do think he had a motive. This proves that Soren had a motive to kill Mr. Bloomsbury. even though it was an accident, Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Soren's sister away.
Let us suppose that Gloomsbury did stab Master Soren with the candelabra. Can you prove that it had anything to do with this case? He might have been stabbed at some other location for some other reason.
Sorry, but I can prove it was related to this case.
Oh, really?
Soren's stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected.
Are they now?
This is the piece of evidence that ties Soren's injury to Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. A blood stain was found on the side of the lift that goes between the hold and Vista deck. Its blood matches the blood that's on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can assure you this information is correct. This blood stain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows us that Soren was there during the crime. Soren's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Soren was at the scene of the crime.
You are very astute, Mr. Wright. It appears I cannot hide this from you any longer. Very well. I will tell you everything.
Unlock successful. Pierce's secret. Could you tell me about Soren's injury?
Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. Even though Master Soren was badly injured, he went after Gloomsbury.
So Soren really was at the scene of the murder, wasn't he?
Yes, that is correct. However, by the time Master Soren arrives at the scene, Bloomsbury had already been murdered.
So Pierce is saying that Soren was at the crime scene, but that he didn't have anything to do with the murder itself. Even still, why did you try to keep such an important piece of information from me?
I am very sorry. Master Soren's injury and Bloomsbury's murder were not directly related, so I decided not to mention it so as not to unnecessarily complicate the investigation. Now then, I'm sorry, but I am afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me.
Thank you for your time. Pierce should have just told us everything in the first place and saved us a lot of time. Yeah, but I guess it isn't that simple for him. He is the family butler, after all. He sure didn't make our job any easier, though, did he? But at least we learned something new. Thornton was at the scene of the crime. That's true. One step forward is better than none. So what next, Nick? Let's see. The forensics team might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Let's go check it out. Sounds like a plan. Reception hall. It looks like the police are done with their investigation in here. I wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now. Oh, hi, Mr. Wright. Hi, Emma. Would it be alright if we investigate in this room now? Sure. The police are all done, so go for it. Oh, remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfection. I have to say, it's some of my best work. Sounds like the repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a good look at it, too. Well, I have to be getting back to the station. Try not to mess up the crime scene if you can help it. We'll be careful. I'll be seeing you. Bye, Emma, and thank you. Well, shall we get started? Nick! What's wrong, Maya? This hasn't moved an inch since the last time we looked at it. It would be pretty creepy if it had. Look, we're in the middle of an important investigation, so try not to shout, okay? I was just hoping it'd change somehow. You know, so it'd be more interesting. The last thing we need is for things to get more interesting. This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. I guess it's in police custody now. Huh? What's this? A key? Let's ask the maid about it. Good idea. She might be able to tell us something. Excuse me, could I ask you a question? Oh, of course. What would you like to know? You know anything about this key? It's the key that starts up the timekeeper. A startup key? That's right. Oh, the first startup of love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was. Key of love added to the court record. A heart-shaped key used to activate the timekeeper. First startup of love ceremony? What exactly did that entail? Oh, it's a ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. I suppose it was kind of like a cake-cutting ceremony. And what are these symbols of their love you mentioned? Well, that's kind of an industry secret, so I can't really say. I'm sorry. I'd better be getting back to my work. Looks like there's an order from above not to talk about it. Hey, I think that tablecloth is new. They must have changed it since yesterday. Huh? How can you tell? Because the food stains over there are now gone. I should have noticed because it's food related. It's another beautiful day outside, isn't it? Yeah, if only it wasn't the scene of a murder, we could really enjoy it. True. It must be tough for the maids to have to work on a beautiful day like today. Oh, we don't mind. Whoa, I didn't think you could hear me way over there. We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we're wiping away all the sadness stuck to this airship. Wow, talk about devoted. I guess we've checked out everything of the interest in this area. Get a load of that huge set of doors. I bet all sorts of things come and go through there. Like an elephant. I'm pretty sure it's just a bride and groom. This is a banquet hall, not a circus. Excuse me, is the fog machine ready to use now? No, I'm afraid not. We only put dry ice in it when there's an actual reception. You see, that's too bad. She still wants to blast me with a cloud of smoke, doesn't she? Here's a broken lantern, all patched up. And I do mean patched. Emma said this was some of her best work, so I know she put a lot of effort into it. It was pretty smashed up. It must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. Well, she gets an A for effort at any rate. Huh? This wheel handle in the back has some blood on it. It looks like somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Maybe the blood got there when the killer was putting old Doom and Gloom's body inside? Do you see anything else worth noting? Well, there's another one of those lanterns over there. So it might be a good idea to really compare the two later. Broken lantern updated in the court record. This is the unbroken peggable lantern. And this is the one that Emma restored. I wouldn't say they look exactly the same, more that they're made up of the same parts. Wait a minute. What is it, Maya? I think there's something off about this peggable. Just about everything about it looks off to me. I'm not quite sure what it is, but some detail isn't quite right. Show me the restored lantern again? Oh, it's the tail. Hey, I know. It's this, right? What? Where? The thing about the restored lantern that's off is the, angle or shape of the, oh, angle of the wings. I thought I said shape of the wings. I've got it. The angle of that wing is different, and it's attached to it all wrong. Well done, Nick. I could have told you that. I mean, there's something more subtle. Something that feels just slightly off. You know what I mean? No, not really. Still, maybe it's the thing about the restored lantern that's off is the color of the wheel handle? Let me check. Shape of the horns? The shape of the horns is different, isn't it? How they're curved and their size and stuff? I don't know. This curve and size seem the same as the unbroken one for me. Yeah, I guess you're right. They're pretty much identical, huh? In that case, the thing about the restored lantern that's off is the color of the wheel handle. Look, it's the wheel handle. It's a different color altogether. Oh, it is. Emma got the inside and outside wheel handle switch around. Oh wow, you're right! And there's blood here on this handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Right, which means that the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern. Broken lantern updated in the core record. The restored lantern. There's a blood stain on the inside wheel handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Do you think the blood got there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern? It's really hard to say at this point. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambitions to take to the skies. Okay, I already read that. Hey, take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes. Shall we open it up and see? Wait, please don't open that. It's the emergency escape hatch. At least directly outside. You'll fall to your death. Woo, that was a close one, huh, Maya? I'll say. Woo! Well, I think we've checked out everything relevant to this case.
What are you two doing here?
Wait, what are you doing here? Soren, shouldn't you be resting in bed? You're injured.
How do you know about that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook.
What's the matter with him?
My notebook. I have to have... Master Soren! Master Soren, I told you to stay in bed. My notebook. Here you go. Yes, this is it.
So Soren gets emotionally unstable without that notebook of his? Whew. Looks like he's calmed down now. Soren, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute?
I cannot allow you to do that. What if his wound were to open up again? He needs to rest.
I guess you're right.
Now, if you will excuse us... Master Soren, let us retire.
All right. There they go. Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any condition to be questioned. Well, let's go back to the agency and sort of through what we've learned. We're back. Anybody here? Oh, hi, boss. Athena? I thought you were with Trucy. I guess you could say that I'm taking a short break. But enough about me. What about the investigation? Did you find out anything? Well, it turns out that the third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Soren Sprocket. What? Really? I always thought he seemed suspicious. Thing is, by the time Soren got to the Vista deck, the murder had already occurred, apparently. No way! I don't buy that! Not for a second! It's a cover-up! A cover-up, I tell you! That's certainly a possibility. And as a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility I have to pursue, but... But what? It's your job, right? So pursue the heck out of it. Just do it! Yeah, but... Is that really what's best for Ellen? Soren could be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow. But if we don't pursue this possibility, Ellen could be found guilty instead. Oh man. Either way, it sure doesn't spell out happily ever after for the two of them. So what are you gonna do, Mr. Wright? I can't let an innocent person get convicted. So I guess all I can really do is pursue the truth. Even if it ends up devastating Ellen. It's a tough call to make. Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial that will save their marriage. I hope so. I really do. Well, Maya, let's go. Break the news to Ellen, you mean? Yep. Mr. Wright, please take me with you. I bet it could help you counsel Ellen through this piece of bad news. Athena, I appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be? Do I? Athena, what are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Come on, Lau. Let's get back to practicing. No, wait. My body can't take it anymore. But boss, you gotta help me. A lawyer always keeps their promises, Athena. But boss! If you bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm going to use a real blade on you. Eee! Sorry, Athena, but somebody's got to do it. Better you than me, though.
Hang in there, kiddo. Come on, Maya, we better get going. Visitor's room. Hello, Ellen. How did your investigation go, Mr. Wright? Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Thornton with you when Mr. Bloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall? I'm sorry I kept it from you. I was afraid that he'd come under suspicion if I told you, so I kept quiet about it. I'm really sorry. I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Ellen, I'm afraid I had to make a very difficult decision based on what I found out. What kind of decision? This is very hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Soren. What? In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to propose the possibility that Soren is the true culprit. No! Soren is innocent! No! But don't you see? If I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you'll be found guilty. No! Please, Ellen, calm down. Wah! Soren just can't be found guilty. I'd much rather I be found guilty instead. Ellen, you can't let yourself think like that. But, no! Marriage is for life, right? Do you really think you can run away from the truth and still be truly happy with him? Wah! You're not married, so how can you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work. But, Nick, you talk to her. Hey, don't just dump this all on me. Mr. Wright, I'm innocent and Soren is too. So please, prove our innocence in court. I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in court tomorrow. Okay, we're doing the trial portion. Defendant lobby number 3. So the one thing we found out yesterday is that Soren was there at the crime scene. I only hope I can get some testimony from him that'll get to the heart of the matter. Mr. Wright! Good morning, Ellen. Look, I'm afraid you might not like the result of today's trial. Nevertheless, don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Soren is innocent! He can't be found guilty! Take me instead! Ellen, please! Try and get a hold of yourself. I believe in Soren with all my heart. So how dare you doubt him? Regardless of which one of them is found guilty today, it's going to be devastating for Ellen, isn't it? We'll just have to do everything we can. That's the best we can do, you know? The trial is about to begin, Mr. Wright. Alright, let's go, Maya. Yeah. Courtroom number 6. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is back in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Let's see now. Where were we? In yesterday's session, we found out about the Sprocket family's conspiracy to cover up the murder of DeMoss Bloomsbury with a second reception. Taking advantage of our collective shock, the defense, as usual, made a nonsensical claim, namely that there was a third person present who struck the victim.
Objection!
Hey, don't try to make it sound like I made it all up. The defendant herself made a statement about the existence of a third person, and further investigation has only proven her statement to be true. Then I presume the defense intends to focus on proving the identity of this third person. Is that all right with you, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, Your Honor. In fact, I predict that the defense will most likely attempt to name Mr. Soren Sprocket as the true culprit. How did you... The driver during the accident that killed Mr. Sprocket's sister was the victim. Therefore, Mr. Sprocket had a motive to murder Mr. Bloomsbury. That's what you plan to assert, is it not, Mr. Wright? Ugh, am I that transparent? Come now, Mr. Wright. Did you really think the police wouldn't uncover this information? Congrats on getting in one, Mr. Edgeworth. But you're wrong. Soren didn't do it. He's innocent. Miss Wyatt, please. He's innocent, I tell you.
What is this, Mr. Wright? I thought you claimed about the existence of a third person came from the defendant.
It did. This is just a minor hiccup.
Did you not discuss your strategy for today with the defendant, Mr. Wright?
Starting off on the wrong foot again is seriously cutting into my lifespan.
It would appear the defense is in disarray. Therefore, the best way to clear things up is to ask Mr. Sprocket himself what happened. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Soren Sprocket to the stand.
What?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Mr. Sprocket to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
No!
There's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Soren Sprocket, Managing Director of Sprocket Aviation. Mr. Sprocket, please give your answers in words, not paper airplanes. Now then, Mr. Sprocket. Please tell that doubting lawyer there what really happened at the time of the crime. Well, Mr. Sprocket? Mr. Sprocket! Alright. You want me to talk about what happened when the crime occurred? In other words, after the first wedding reception, when Ellen and I were in the reception hall, right?
Not even the power of the court can stop him from marching to the beat of his own drum. Witness testimony. What Soren remembers.
I was stabbed by Damas in the reception hall and I collapsed to the floor. The next thing I saw was Ellen and Damas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. But when I got there, Damas was already... I don't want to believe it, but it must have been Ellen. Nothing else makes sense.
Wait just a minute here. You actually think Miss White killed the victim?
That's right. Damas was killed by Ellen.
This is unbelievable. How can you suspect your bride, the woman you love?
Objection!
The truth can be cruel. Miss Wyatt, you must be very upset. Is there anything you wish to say?
No, I can't believe this. Soren, I thought that at least you would believe in me.
The best way now to show your love for your groom is to admit your guilt and try to atone.
Soren!
Hold it!
Mr. Edgeworth,
I haven't even cross-examined the witness yet. And quit picking on the clearly distraught. Yeah, that's so not cool, Mr. Edgeworth.
A court is where we seek the truth, and the truth is unyielding even to the truly pitiful. Mr. Edgeworth, I find it distasteful to make a lady cry. It too, Your Honor?
So what are we gonna do, Nick? If the third person Ellen saw on the Vista deck was Soren, then we had to prove Soren was there at the time of the murder. I don't see any obvious inconsistencies in his testimony, but we had to push forward. Cross-examination. What Soren remembers.
I was stabbed by Damas in the reception hall and I collapsed to the floor.
Hold it!
Please tell me everything you can about when you got stabbed.
After the reception, Ellen and I were enjoying a moment alone in the reception hall. Then Damas appeared and stabbed me. He grabbed Ellen, the timekeeper, and left the reception hall.
Did Mr. Gloomsbury say anything at that time?
I don't remember. After I was stabbed, I was immobilized by the pain.
I see.
The next thing I saw was Ellen and Damas on the Vista deck.
Hold it!
The Vista deck, huh? But it was nighttime then. Could you really see them in the darkness?
The moon was out, so I could see them clearly. From the looks of it, Damas was trying to push Ellen and the timekeeper off the side. So you saw the defendant, about to be thrown off the airship, you say? That's right. In such a desperate situation, it would only be natural for her to fight for her life. And the murder weapon was right there within her grasp.
Ugh, this isn't going well at all. I've got to do something fast.
I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck.
Hold it!
I understand that your bride was in danger, but... were you really able to move with a stab wound to the gut?
I was desperately trying to push the pain out of my mind.
I see. So adrenaline kicked in and gave you strength, is that right? I don't see much of anything in this statement I can refute.
That's right. I almost passed out several times as I made my way to the Vista deck. But when I got there, Damas was already...
Hold it!
Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Sprocket, that by the time you got to the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed?
Yes.
But the Vista deck is just on the other side of the glass windows in the reception hall. Shouldn't you have been able to get there right away?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, have you investigated nothing? The only way to the Vista deck is to go to the hold and take the lift. No matter how much one hurries, it would take at least 10 minutes.
Well that's unhelpful. But Thornton had to have gone there before the murder or my claim won't stand. Do you have any ideas for me, Maya? It's definitely easier to prove that someone did go to the hold than not. I mean, you can't leave anything if you don't go someplace, right?
Can't leave anything.
Wait a minute, I think Maya's onto something here. The lack of a certain something actually proves that Thornton didn't go to the hold.
What's the matter? Are you stumped already?
No, I'm far from stumped, Mr. Edgeworth. I know for a fact that Mr. Sprocket didn't go to the hold.
You and your paper-thin bluffs. Mr. Sprocket's bloodstain on the lift proves he went through the hold. So what possible proof could you have that he did not in fact go through there?
You want proof? You got it. You can do this, Phoenix. There's gotta be proof that Thornton didn't go through the hold.
Well, Mr. Wright?
This proves that Mr. Sprocket didn't go through the hold. As anyone can see from the hold entry record, there's absolutely no mention of Thornton Sprocket entering the hold. The defense asserts that Mr. Sprocket used a different route to get to the Vista deck.
You can assert all you want, Mr. Wright, but can you actually prove another route exists?
Can I prove the existence of another route to the Vista deck, you ask? I can. I can prove it. Even if it's just a bluff, I had to present something. Anything that could prove the existence of a faster route to the Vista deck.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. Show us how Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck.
Mr. Sprocket made for the Vista deck through here. To save his bride from danger, Mr. Sprocket opened that escape hatch and made his way along the outside walls of the Vista deck. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
That would certainly be a much faster route to the Vista deck.
Objection!
Sigh. I'm disappointed, Mr. Wright. Is that really the best you could muster? That escape hatch is not meant to be used to get from the reception hall to the Vista deck. One slip and that's all it would take for Mr. Sprocket to plunge to his death. I have to agree. The defense's claim is really stretching it.
I understand how it sounds, Your Honor. But at this point, it's too early to definitively say that he didn't go that way.
So that's what you're going with then, I take it?
Of course, Your Honor.
This is real life, Mr. Wright, not some cinematic drivel or comic book. Do you have some sort of logical explanation to share that would convince us of your claim?
I do. Are you sure, Nick? Kind of? Actually, I have nothing, so I'll just have to wing it somehow.
On what do you base your theory that Mr. Sprocket made his way along the outside?
My theory that he was able to go along the outside wall despite the danger is based on the power of love. To save the bride he loves, the groom risked his life and rushed to his side. Mr. Sprocket was able to make it to the Vista deck despite the danger. Because of the power of love.
The power of love? That love is a source of strength that can help one overcome any obstacle. I think I can relate, thanks to my own long, happy marriage. Wow, he actually seems to be buying it. The power of love, you say? That kind of illogical argument is hardly viable in a court of law. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I'm afraid not, Mr. Edgeworth. You should never underestimate the power of love. You'll understand one day when you get married, which I won't. Exactly what is so wrong with wishing to remain unwed? Way to set him off, Your Honor. Never mind all this unscientific nonsense. Are you aware, Mr. Wright, that at the time of the crime, there was a huge propeller turning at full speed between the hatch and the vista deck? Even if a person were to go outside through the hatch, they'd get sliced up. Or they'd fall to their death. They'd be blown away in an instant. Ah! Where does your power of love get you now, Mr. Wright? A huge spinning propeller, you say? In that case, I have to admit it does seem impossible.
Ah! I should have known! Hello, Miguel. How you doing? Nick, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Right?
Right.
I feel like I just saw Mia looking out at me through Maya's eyes. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you gaping at me like a giant sunfish? Thank you, Maya. You just helped me remember something really important. There it is. There's that fearless smile I was looking for. Now give us a mind-blowing theory, just like you always do. I had to turn my thinking around. Instead of wondering how Soren could have moved past that huge propeller, I had to think about what would have made it possible for him to do so.
Mr. Wright only makes that ridiculous face when his back is pressed against the wall.
Hold it!
Therefore, please do hurry and give your ruling before... Mr. Edgeworth?
It's still far too early to discount my theory.
What are you talking about? The airship's large spinning propellers have already shredded it to pieces.
But if we think a little more outside the box, I'm sure we can find a way he could have made it.
Stop trying to stall, Mr. Wright, and show us how it could have been even remotely possible, if at all. I must agree with Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well, Your Honor. There must have been a way. Some way that Soren could have moved along the wall in spite of the propeller.
Now then, Mr. Wright, what specifically would have made it possible?
This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the Vista deck. The propellers were broken? The airship wasn't flying. Propellers were broken? I proposed that the propellers were broken, and therefore weren't turning at the time.
That does make the theory sound plausible, yes. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I haven't heard any report that the propellers were broken at the time. Besides, if the propellers had broken during the flight, the airship would have been careening out of control, would it not? That would certainly put a stop to the wedding festivities, wouldn't it?
I suppose that's true.
Mr. Wright, you will refrain from spouting such groundless claptrap ever again. Well said, Mr. Edgeworth. And Mr. Wright, here's a penalty to help you remember.
If only the propellers were stopped for some reason, it would have made it possible for Soren to get to the Vista deck. Your Honor, please let me start over. This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the Vista deck. The airship wasn't flying? What allowed Mr. Sprocket to go along the outside wall in spite of the propellers is the location of the flying chapel at the time of the crime.
The location of the flying chapel? But wasn't it flying high in the sky?
No, Your Honor, I'm afraid it wasn't.
What? Then where was it?
At the time of the murder, the airship wasn't flying through the sky, but more to the ground.
What?
And if the airship wasn't flying, then that means... Ad starts in 1 minute. The propellers weren't turning. In which case... Mr. Sprocket could have gotten to the Vista deck along the outside wall. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
I don't remember.
Ow, he stabbed himself with his pen. That's gonna leave a mark.
Objection!
Even if the propellers weren't turning, it would have been far too risky to go that way.
Ah, but Mr. Edgeworth, you're forgetting about the power of love.
Yes, the amazing power of love. Not this again. Very well. For the sake of argument, let's assume this so-called power of love made it possible for Mr. Sprocket to move along the outside wall of the airship. Can you prove that the airship was tied to the ground as you claim, Mr. Wright?
Well, I don't have any evidence that proves where the airship was at the time.
You can prove it, can't you?
Maya, can you think of anything we can use to prove it? Okay, ads break starts soon, so I'll be taking my own break as well. Have fun listening to the suspenseful, thrilling music. Welcome back. Maya, can you think of anything we can use to prove it? I can't say I can. Oh wait, didn't somebody see something outside a window at the time of the crime? I think I remember someone saying as much. Do I have a piece of evidence that shows what was outside the airship?
Well, what are you waiting for?
This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the crime.
This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the murder. What kind of lousy drawing is that?
It's a drawing made by Larry Butts.
And what can you prove with that poor attempt at artistry?
Larry made this drawing before he switched lanterns, so it must have been right around when the murder was being committed. Now, if I could direct the court's attention here...
Is that a pterodactyl? Does that mean that the airship actually went back in time to the Cretaceous period?
Objection!
We've already proven that time travel is nothing more than a gimmick, did we not?
We did, and I have no intention of bringing up that argument again. But this drawing shows us an important piece of information. It shows us that the airship was actually moored on the ground.
And what makes you so sure?
That's easy. All you have to do is consider who made this drawing.
Larry.
That's right. It was Mr. Butts, and we both know what he's like. He must have seen something else and mistaken it for a pterodactyl.
I can't argue with you there.
Hey, wait just one doggone second. What kind of moron do you guys take me for? I saw him with my own eyes. A pterodactyl flew right by the window, I tell you. I have the sharp eyes of an artist. Don't you believe me?
No.
Nick! Nope. Some friends you guys are. What about the judge? You believe me, right, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you need to leave this courtroom. Bailiff, if you would.
Come on, buddy, let's go. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Don't take it personally, Larry. I know you're just being, well, you.
Now then, so you're saying that what Mr. Butts really saw bears some relation to what was outside the airship at the time of the murder?
Yes, Your Honor. At least, I think it does. What this pterodactyl really is will prove the airship was anchored at the mooring dock. It had better anyway. If it doesn't, my whole argument is a bust.
If you're that confident about it, then please go ahead and tell us what it really was.
Yes, Your Honor. Think, Phoenix, what could that pterodactyl have actually been?
Take that!
Oh, I see it. It is a pterodactyl. Please take a good look at this sign.
At the sign? It appears to have been broken and then repaired. But what does this sign have to do with the pterodactyl?
Please focus on this part of the sign.
The part that broke off and got reattached? What about it?
How about if we turn it like this?
Oh, that shape! It's the pterodactyl in the drawing!
What Mr. Butts actually saw was this chunk as it was being blown through the air by wind.
What?
On the day of the murder, there were some heavy winds in the area of the mooring dock. But it's hard to imagine that the sign would make it up as high as the airship would fly. That means the flying chapel must have been anchored at the mooring dock that night. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Objection!
That's more than enough of this power of love nonsense, you pop culture junkie. Present all the proof you want, but your argument is based far too much in conjecture. Why don't we return to reality now?
What do you mean, too much conjecture?
Even if the airship wasn't flying, that alone doesn't prove the witness went along the wall. True. Even now it's no more than a possibility.
Then how do you propose Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck, Mr. Edgeworth?
I noticed something as I went over the evidence. Please take a look at this hold entry record.
What about it? I don't see Mr. Sprocket listed on here anywhere.
Don't you remember? In yesterday's session, we had a very similar kind of argument.
Did we?
Honestly, Mr. Wright, are you going senile already? We talked about Larry Butts using the defendant's key card to enter the hold.
Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we?
In other words, even if a person's name isn't on the entry record, it's still possible for that person to have entered by using someone else's card.
Ah!
Mr. Sprocket, you entered the hold with Mr. Nickety, didn't you? I did.
What? Why didn't you tell us that in the first place?
Pierce is indispensable. I didn't want to mention him unnecessarily and risk him being wrongly accused. I couldn't do without him. Mr. Sprocket, I ask that you testify in greater detail about your movements that night.
Witness testimony. The truth.
The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. That's why my name doesn't appear on the hold entry record. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over.
Well, this doesn't help me one bit.
Mr. Sprocket, you've concealed information from us time and again. Who do you think you are, treating this court of law with such irreverence? That being said, I do appreciate the testimony you gave just now. Thanks to you, we now know why your name doesn't appear on the entry record. Now there are no more inconsistencies in the witness's testimony.
Has Mr. Edgewood for you. He never leaves a loose end dangling. You okay, Nick?
I wouldn't exactly call this situation okay. Somehow I have to coax the information we need for an opening out of him.
If I even can, that is. Cross-examination. The truth.
The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce.
Hold it!
You didn't mention this because you didn't want Mr. Nickety to fall under suspicion? Is that because he has something to hide?
I just didn't want the police to take up his time with all their questions, that's all. Neither the company nor the household would function smoothly without him.
I see. Wow, it seems like Pierce is absolutely indispensable to the Sprockets. Anyway, getting back to your statement. When did you meet up with Mr. Nickety?
We met up on my way to the Vista deck. I think Pierce and some of my relatives were on another floor, but Pierce heard the commotion and came running to my aid.
He could hear the pandemonium all the way from another floor?
Mr. Wright, would you like the current statement added to the witness's testimony?
Have it added. Yes, please, Your Honor.
Very well. Pierce heard the commotion and he came running.
Hold it!
Did Mr. Nickety come alone?
I believe some of his subordinates were with him, but I don't remember exactly how many.
He may say there were others, but seeing how they pulled that second reception off, I can't completely trust anything he has to say either. I see. So you, Mr. Nickety, and a few others headed to the Vista deck, is that right?
That's right. That's why my name doesn't appear on the hold entry record.
Hold it!
Your name doesn't appear on the hold entry record because you entered with Mr. Nickety using his keycard?
That's right.
So I guess the hold entry record doesn't matter as much as we thought. But now that Thornton's saying he was with Pierce and a few others, it's pretty tough to refute that statement.
What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Cat got your tongue? Did you finally realize there's no point in continuing this trial any longer?
Of course not! Grr! I'll wipe that smug look off your face. Mr. Sprocket, please continue with your testimony.
I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic.
Hold it!
Speaking of your injury, how are you doing now?
The knife wound is deep and continues to throb with pain. Fortunately, my internal organs were spared, but one wrong move would have spelled the end for me there.
Even so, I've seen you up and about all over the place since the incident.
I'm only following my doctor's orders to perform some daily light exercises. Mr. Wright? Would you like Mr. Sprocket's statement about his condition added to his testimony? Not that it appears especially relevant to me.
Did I have him added? Sure. Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have it added to his testimony.
I see. Very well. The knife wound is quite deep and continues to throb with pain.
Hold it!
Your injury was really that deep?
Luckily, it missed my internal organs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive right now. According to his doctor, his injury would take about 3 weeks to heal. There's no way someone with that kind of injury could have gone out along the outside wall.
But he might have been able to with the burst of adrenaline brought in by the pain.
Adrenaline. Is that your answer for everything? In a court of law, the only thing that matters is evidence, not rampant speculation.
At least admit it's scientific rampant speculation.
May I continue?
Yes, of course.
By the time we reached the scene, it was all over.
Hold it!
So you still insist that you reached the Vista deck after the murder had occurred? Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Ellen must have killed him. There's no other explanation.
I guess whether Pierce was with Soren or not doesn't change the outcome.
I guess not.
In fact, more witnesses actually makes it worse for us.
So another cover-up, huh?
That Soren has too many secrets. I bet he's still hiding other things, too.
That's definitely a possibility.
But in a situation like this, what we have to do is go back to the basics. You mean go over the testimony and check for any lies or inconsistencies?
You got it.
Alright, Nick, let's go for it. It wasn't a knife.
Objection!
Mr. Sprocket, you just said your injury is a knife wound, didn't you? But the weapon you were stabbed with was this candelabra. A fact I know you're quite aware of.
Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Bloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Bloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Bloomsbury. That is when Mr. Soren was stabbed with a candelabra, he said. Ugh!
Objection!
It must have been a simple memory slip that made a mistake. It happens to everyone. It has nothing to do with the case. You must be pretty desperate to point out something so minute. Grr! I have to agree, Mr. Wright. You hardly need to make such a big deal over such a small mistake.
But I contended that it's an important inconsistency. Besides, I couldn't find anything else. This is the only thing I have to go after.
And I say it's not important. Now, let's not waste any more time on this matter. I agree. Everybody has a little memory lapse every now and then.
Hold it!
But, Your Honor, please let me explain.
But can you? Can you really explain to this court what makes a slip so important?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. After all, it was Thornton himself who told Pierce that he'd been stabbed by a candelabra. This is more than a simple memory slip. There has to be some kind of reason for it.
Well, Mr. Wright, please explain why the witness's slip of the tongue is so important.
The point to focus on here is why the witness would mistake the weapon used to stab him. Think carefully, Phoenix. This could very well change the course of the trial.
I see. So why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Wright?
Mr. Sprocket identified the wrong weapon used against him because he has no memory of it. He doesn't remember the incident, let alone the weapon used against him. Not only that, but I believe Mr. Sprocket has some sort of memory disorder. Therefore, the defense contends that Mr. Sprocket's testimony thus far is invalid.
Objection!
Just because you can't find a flaw in his testimony, you want to throw it all out? Your baseless claim is nothing but pure slander of the witness's character. Mr. Edgeworth is correct, Mr. Wright. Can you explain your grounds for making this claim?
Of course, Your Honor. Think of what Soren has said, how he's behaved. That's where I found a clue.
Very well. Let's hear your argument then.
My grounds for claiming that Mr. Sprocket has a memory disorder is his notebook. The notebook he always has with him. I saw daily events and information about the people around him recorded in it.
Like a diary, perhaps?
No, Your Honor. It's much too detailed to be an ordinary diary. It's more in the order of a database, actually.
A database, you say?
That's right. For some reason, Mr. Sprocket is apparently unable to retain memories. That's why he writes every little detail of his life down in his notebook.
Objection!
How could you possibly know that for sure? He might just be an extremely compulsive person.
I thought so too myself, at first. To be honest, we accidentally got a stain on that notebook yesterday. You mean you got a stain on it? Hey!
Objection!
You're the one who tried to grab it out of my... Never mind whose fault it was. Just get to the point already.
Right. Sorry. Mr. Sprocket? The page Miss Faye got a stain on yesterday. That's the page with the details of your stabbing on it, isn't it?
No, I only write in this notebook because I'm very compulsive. Now drop the subject already.
Sorry, but I'm not convinced. I noticed an odd fact about your notebook, Mr. Sprocket. On the earlier pages, you used it to write down invention ideas. But after a certain date, you started writing down a lot more and in much more detail. I believe your memory disorder stems from what happened on that date.
Something so monumental it caused a memory disorder, Mr. Wright? You don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, but I do know what I'm talking about, and this is the proof. This is the thing that caused Mr. Sprocket's memory disorder. You were involved in this car accident too, weren't you, Mr. Sprocket? And the shock of losing your beloved older sister is what caused you to develop your memory disorder.
Is this true, Mr. Sprocket? Well, is it?
Mr. Sprocket!
It's true. That accident did something to my mind. What? Ever since that day, every time I go to sleep, I lose my memories. And when I wake up, the most recent thing I can remember is the day I lost my sister. It's as if I'm constantly going back in time. What? That's truly tragic. An inconsolable time traveler who goes back in time whenever he goes to sleep. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know, but you wouldn't understand.
So that's what Soren meant. He was talking about himself.
The reactions of the people around me each time I awoke made me aware of my condition. That's why I decided to write everything down in my notebook so I could move forward.
So the only memories you have since that day are the ones written in your notebook?
That's right.
And since the page about you stabbing got stained, you couldn't read from it, could you? There's just one more thing I'd like you to clarify for me, Mr. Sprocket. Exactly what are your feelings toward the victim?
Mr. Sprocket's feelings towards Demas Gloomsbury?
That's right, Your Honor. The witness said that every time he wakes up from sleep, his mind goes back to the day his sister died.
Mr. Wright, you can't mean...
Mr. Sprocket. Your pent-up feelings of anger and resentment towards Mr. Gloomsbury for the accident were renewed each and every time you woke, weren't they? But you couldn't take it anymore, so you turned to murder, isn't that right?
What? Mr. Wright, are you saying that the witness murdered Mr. Gloomsbury for revenge?
Well, Mr. Sprocket? It's the bride. Gotta be her, yep.
Miss Wyatt.
Your Honor, I did it. I killed Mr. Gloomsbury. No!
What?
Miss Wyatt, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Thornton is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead.
Ellen, please. Try and get a hold of yourself.
I guess she really meant it. My Soren didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should be convicted.
Are we to understand that you're confessing your guilt?
No.
Now wait just a minute here. Ellen, why would you cover for me? After I testified that I thought you must have killed him.
I'll admit, I couldn't believe my ears at first. But all I wanted for you to be happy. Your happiness is my happiness, Soren.
But without my notebook, I'd even forget these feelings of yours by tomorrow. Knowing that, do you still feel this way?
You've loved me all this time, the same way you did before the accident. That's how I know that you're the same person I've always loved. No disorder can change that.
Ellen, Your Honor, there are two things I'd like to correct. Two corrections? What are they? First of all, I want to withdraw one of my statements. That's right, Demas was killed by Ellen. Without memories to rely on, I took the police completely at their word. You can't be serious.
So that means Soren never really doubted Ellen in the first place, did he, Nick?
Ellen really does love Soren with all her heart,
but in order to save her, I'll still have to go after Soren. I hope you can forgive me, Ellen.
And what is your other correction, Mr. Sprocket?
The truth is, I never felt anger or resentment towards Demas about my sister. What? Why not?
That's because the one who caused the car accident was me.
What?
Order! Order in the court! Please continue, Mr. Sprocket. I'm the one who killed my sister. To protect my career and my future, my father made Demas take the blame in exchange for money and the position of a lead servant.
Newspaper article updated in the court record. Thornton was the one driving.
So you see, Demas must have held a grudge against me, not the other way around. And he must have attacked Ellen to get his revenge on me.
Are you sure about all of this, Mr. Sprocket?
Very sure. It's all been written down in detail in my notebook. That notebook is important evidence supplying background to this case. I must insist you submit it as evidence.
Thornton's notebook added to the court record. A database-like notebook that chronicles the events of each day in minute detail.
The lawyer said I had turned to murder, but that's just not true. However, it is true that my older sister and Demas are both dead because of me and my negligence. I just glanced at Mr. Sprocket's notebook. I wasn't able to read the part about when he was stabbed due to the bloodstain, but what's written here about his sister's car accident is exactly as he stated. Your Honor, as long as it matches what's written in that notebook. Can we still take the witness's testimony as valid in spite of his memory disorder? Yes, I believe we can. I understand now that the witness's memory is in disarray. But if what Mr. Sprocket himself wrote in this notebook is true, then that means by the time Mr. Sprocket's party reached the scene, the victim had already been killed.
Edward's right. I'm still in the same bind as before. But should I really simply accept the contents of the notebook as a substitute for Soren's memory?
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Will you accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as an official representation of his memories?
Yes. Your Honor, I can accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as... Nick, are you sure about that? Not really. I mean, I already don't like where this is going. Your Honor, the defense requests a timeout.
There are no timeouts in a court of law. Give me your answer, no dawdling.
This is an important point. I need to be careful in how I answer. I guess not. Wait a minute, Your Honor. The defense requests a chance to examine the notebook to see if it's trustworthy.
Very well, but be quick about it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So how should we examine it? Well, we should look at it from all different angles to see if there's anything suspicious. There's no point if I don't look at what's inside. I have to open it. With your permission, Soren. Here I go. Yikes. Oh, it's just the page Maya got all stained. But I guess it's not going to be very helpful at this moment. I'll keep going. This is the last page where there's writing. Something about this page doesn't sit right with me. I better take a closer look. Huh? A page has been torn out. And it looks like there was something written on it. It looks like a page has been torn out here. Mr. Sprocket, do you know what's written on it?
Oh, that? I often tear out a page when I write somebody a note. I probably wrote something down for somebody, tore it out, and gave it to them.
Oh, yeah!
That solves that, then.
Objection!
Wait a minute. We can't ignore the possibility that something important was written on that page.
But now that the page has been torn out, how can we determine what was written there?
Well... Let's see. To find out what was written in the notebook, we should... heat it with a lighter. Hold it up to the light. Use fingerprint powder. If we use fingerprint powder on the notebook, we might be able to see what was written.
Fingerprint powder? How would that help us find out what was written there?
Well, if the writing left indentations on the blank page behind it, fingerprint powder could make those small indentations visible to the naked eye.
Oh, stop. Fingerprint powder would only sully the notebook further. Mr. Wright, if you use the powder and still don't find anything, then you must accept the notebook as a representation of the witness's memories.
Alright, Your Honor, I understand. If I don't find anything, it's all over anyway. Powder, don't fail me now. I will now use fingerprint powder on the blank page to find out if we can see what was written on the torn out page. First, I'll apply some fingerprint powder to these pages with A. When I've dusted on enough, I'll use blow to blow the excess powder away. If something should appear, I should switch to analyze mode, L. Point to what came up, then confirm A, my choice. I struck out and killed Dumas? It says, I struck and killed Dumas. This is huge. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what was written on the torn out page.
What? It can't be.
I don't believe it. There has to be some kind of mistake. Thorn would never, could never. Miss Wyatt.
Bailiff, please get the defendant to the infirmary at once. Apparently, the defendant got too worked up. She's resting in the infirmary as we speak. Now then, please continue, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. This notebook is all Mr. Sprocket has to remember things by. With this critical page torn out, not even Mr. Sprocket himself knew the truth of what he'd done. It wasn't him, though. It was the other dude.
I'm the one who killed Tomas? So it wasn't Ellen. Oh, thank goodness.
Mr. Sprocket, does this mean you were at the crime scene during the murder after all?
I guess I must have been.
Thorn's notebook updated in the court record. One of the pages has been torn out.
But Mr. Sprocket,
can we really believe what's written in this notebook?
Nobody touches this notebook but me. And when I sleep, it's under lock and key. I don't remember writing that I killed Tomas, but I guess I must have. Well, now that we have a confession, I'm afraid I must render my verdict. Of all the... Yes, Your Honor. Please give your ruling now while Ellen is asleep. I want the woman I love to be set free as soon as possible.
Thorn really does love Ellen after all, doesn't he? Yeah. But this is how it ends. But is that how it really went down? No, we have too much evidence left, okay? Too much evidence left. Okay, we still don't know anything about this. Or this photo. Or the photo of reception. Wait, never mind. We did look at that already. Photo of hold. We have looked at that. This key. We still haven't figured anything out of this key. So there's like 2 pieces of evidence remaining. But this is how it ends. But is that how it really went down? Is there really no way for them both to be happy?
I know we should consider anything written in the notebook to be the truth, but still. I myself wrote of the crime in my notebook. No further proof is necessary.
Thornton himself wrote it in his notebook? Wait a minute.
Very well. I will now give my verdict.
Ellen is about to be found not guilty and Thornton will be convicted for the crime instead. And yet, am I really ready for the judge to give his ruling? No! No, not when there's still one more avenue left to explore.
This court finds the defendant.
Your Honor, there's still something that bothers me about that notebook.
Oh, is there? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? All you have to do is keep quiet and your client's a free woman.
I know, but I think there might be more to this case than meets the eye. I'm not quite sure yet, but I think there still might be a way. A way for Ellen and Thornton to be happy.
What do you mean by more than meets the eye, Mr. Wright?
I believe the question here, Your Honor, should be, why was the incriminating page torn out in the first place?
Why, to destroy the evidence, I would imagine.
But removing it from the notebook is the same as removing it from Mr. Sprocket's memory, which means he wouldn't have been unable to trick the police if he came under suspicion. No. If he wanted to cover up his crime, he would have had to remember that he had done it.
Just what are you getting at with this line of inquiry, Mr. Wright? Yes, please explain it so that we can all understand.
Yes, Your Honor. The page was torn out of the notebook because Somebody else tore it out. The incriminating page was torn out by somebody else.
What? Order! Order! Are you claiming a third person interfered with the notebook?
It's not all that surprising if you consider what's happened up until now. After both the car accident and the murder of Dumas Bloomsbury, there was always a cover-up not far behind.
But I had my notebook with me at all times.
Did you? Because I remember you were in a panic yesterday because you couldn't find it.
That's true. So who orchestrated this particular cover-up, Mr. Wright?
If we think back over the course of the trial, it's pretty easy to guess. The one who may have tried to tamper with Soren's memories is... this! The one who tampered with the notebook in order to manipulate Mr. Sprocket's memory is Pierce Nickety.
Pierce? Pierce tried to tamper with my memories? Pierce was manipulating me?
Case in point, the two receptions that were held to cover up the murder. It was Mr. Nickety who directed the guests and orchestrated the entire scheme.
No, it can't be. Which of my memories are mine and which have been rewritten? When did he start rewriting my memories? Who wrote this? And this? And this? And this? And this? And this? And this? Ah!
Oh my god, it's so powerful!
He literally took off! Ah! What?
Look, Nick, he's coming back down.
My memories, Ellen.
Oh, and he collapsed. Mr. Sprocket!
Bailiff, please get Mr. Sprocket to the infirmary. On the double. Mr. Sprocket has been taken to the infirmary. We don't have to worry about him running away, so let us resume where we left off.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Pierce Nickety to the stand.
Objection!
We already know he carried out the cover-up to protect the company, Mr. Sprocket. What more do you want from him?
This time it's different. The notebook, or rather Mr. Sprocket's memories, have been tampered with. That means the only person who knows the whole truth is now Mr. Nickety.
Don't tell me. Are you actually trying to drum up a third suspect in order to exonerate the defendant and her groom?
I'm not drumming up anything, nor do I have grounds to accuse him of anything. Yet. All I know is that Mr. Nickety is the only one who knows the truth, and I think he's still hiding something. Something we don't know about yet.
No grounds yet, is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution consent to calling the witness to the stand? It does, Your Honor. However, I would like a little time to talk with the witness before we do. Very well. We will break for a 20-minute recess.
We're gonna finish this trial today. Continue on to the next chapter, yes. Defendant lobby number 3. Now we'll have to face Pierce on the stand. I'm not sure if I should be surprised or not. One thing's for sure, he won't be an easy adversary. So, do you think Pierce did it? It's too early to say anything at this point. No, I've been saying it since the beginning. I've known this whole time. I'm just not good. But I do think he's still hiding something.
Nick! Why didn't you pin everything on Thornton Loser back there?
Looks like Larry still hasn't given up on Ellen.
If this Pierce guy is the real bad guy, then Soren and my Ellie will live happily ever after together.
Larry, that's not the kind of thing a decent human being says. Shame on you, Larry.
Oh, boo-hoo. You think I don't know? I know I have to give up on my Ellie. But Nick, promise you'll make her happy. She deserves a happily ever after.
I'm sure Soren will make her happy once all of this is said and done.
The bailiff is about to resume, Mr. Wright.
Alright, you ready, Maya? Yep, let's go.
I'll be rooting for you, Nick.
Courtroom number 6.
This court is now back in session. Witness, please take the stand. Please state your name and occupation. My name is Pierce Niggity. I am the Sprocket family butler.
Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Niggity. Someone tore out a page from Mr. Sprocket's notebook to manipulate his memories. And that person was you, wasn't it?
That is correct. What about it?
Well, that was easy. So why did you do it? Why did you tamper with Mr. Sprocket's notebook?
Please allow me to explain. It pains me to do this, but I will tell you the truth.
It pains you?
That is correct. For my testimony will go against Master Thornton's wishes.
Thornton's wishes? What is he talking about? Witness testimony. Why I tore out the page.
I rushed to the Vista deck, but the crime had already been committed. I saw Miss Ellen in Bloomsbury collapse and Master Thornton writing in his notebook. Master Thornton said to me, "I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen." But I went against his order. I tore the page out of his notebook and hid the body.
Wait a second. What Mr. Sprocket was writing in his notebook at the time? Could it be? It was meant to be a confession, an admission he'd killed Bloomsbury himself. He wrote that message to take the blame from Miss Wyatt?
That is correct. Master Thornton did hit Bloomsbury with the timekeeper to save Miss Ellen.
Then Mr. Sprocket was the culprit after all.
However, that blow did not kill Bloomsbury. That makes sense. Mr. Sprocket's injury wouldn't allow him to put much force into it. Enraged, Bloomsbury tried to attack Master Thornton, who was already seriously wounded. But just in the nick of time, Miss Ellen hit Bloomsbury from behind, and finished him off, it would seem. So the one who inflicted the fatal blow was the defendant? Yes, that is correct. But Master Thornton tried to take all of the blame onto himself.
No way! It's pretty bad, Nick.
No kidding.
Pretty bad is an understatement.
Well, well, Mr. Wright. It seems your decision to call for Mr. Niggity has backfired. For the true culprit behind this case remains the defendant, Ellen Wyatt.
Could this get any worse? But Pierce was involved in the cover-up plot, and I bet he still has something to hide. Cross-examination. Why I tore out the page.
I rushed to the Vista deck, but the crime had already been committed.
Hold it!
Wait a minute. I thought you went to the Vista deck with Mr. Sprocket.
Actually, that is not true.
What? What do you mean?
I found this out afterward, but Master Thornton went to the Vista deck alone. He went out the escape hatch in the reception hall and went along the outside wall. What? You can't be serious. You mean Mr. Wright's addle-pated guess was actually correct?
What's with the addle-pated?
I suppose truth really is stranger than fiction.
So, Mr. Niggity, when you got to the scene, you saw Mr. Bloomsbury, Miss Wyatt, and Mr. Sprocket. Is that right?
That is exactly right. I saw Miss Ellen and Bloomsbury collapse and Master Thornton writing in his notebook.
Hold it!
So when you and your group arrived at the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed?
That is correct. Bloomsbury had already been struck. Miss Ellen had lost consciousness, probably from the shock of the incident.
And how did Mr. Sprocket appear?
He was bleeding from the stab wound he received from Bloomsbury. Barely conscious, he was writing something in his notebook.
So the mysterious third person Ellen saw really was Thornton then?
Master Thornton said to me, "I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen."
Hold it!
So Mr. Sprocket wrote a note of confession in order to take the blame from Miss Wyatt?
Yes. That notebook is the only form of memory Master Thornton has. So you understand what his action meant, I trust.
What did it mean, Nick? To Thornton, everything in that notebook is true. So Thornton tried to take the blame by altering his own memory to make himself think he did it. No!
Master Thornton truly loves Miss Ellen. It must have been love that made him do that. but I went against his order. I tore the page out of his notebook and hid the body.
Hold it!
Mr. Nickety, could you please tell this court about that in more detail?
That, you say? Which part do you mean, Mr. Wright? Could you be more specific?
Oh, alright. What part do I want to know more about? Hiding the body, tearing out the page. Why did you go against Mr. Sprocket's order and tear out the page?
That is a silly question. As I told you before, disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job.
Oh right, you did say that before, didn't you?
I tore out the page in the notebook in order to protect Master Soren. Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony?
Add to testimony. Yes, please.
Very well. Please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Nickety. I tore the page out of the notebook in order to protect Master Soren.
Hold it!
So by tearing the page out of the notebook, you erased the memory of Mr. Sprocket, who was trying to take the fall from Miss Wyatt.
I knew it went against his wishes, but I just could not let Mr. Soren bear the blame for something he did not do. As his butler, I believe that was the right decision for me to make.
It was all for Soren's benefit, huh? I bet Pierce would do just about anything in the name of keeping Soren's image safe. So he's talking about the cover-up after the incident, huh? Right. That's information only somebody who was actually involved could know. So it might be a really important piece of testimony. I think so too. I'll really have to tread carefully here. How would I ask for the other thing to be added to the testimony? Hiding the body. Please tell me more about the hiding of the body.
Very well. After saying he would take the blame, Master Soren passed out. That's when I hid the body. I quickly took the lift down to the hold, where I hid Gloomsbury's still warm body in the spare peggable lantern.
So it was you who hid the body, not the defendant?
To think Mr. Butts would move the lantern containing the body to the reception hall. Well, I did not see that coming.
I don't blame you. Not even Larry can predict what Larry will do next. Maybe I should take another look at the lantern and evidence. Yes, add that to the testimony. Yes, please.
Very well. Please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Nickety. In the hold, I hid the still warm body in the spare peggable lantern.
Hold it!
Why did you hide the body in the lantern?
As I told you yesterday, it was to make it as though the murder never happened. But thanks to Mr. Butts, things did not turn out as planned.
So holding the second wedding reception wasn't Mr. Sprocket's idea, but yours, wasn't it?
It was all for Master Soren's sake, in Sprocket Aviation. If I am accused of a crime for trying to cover up the incident, I shall accept it willingly.
He really doesn't seem to even care about himself. So he's talking about the cover-up after the incident, huh? I'm out of water.
Objection!
Could it be? Is that what happened? If what I'm thinking is true, then maybe I can prove neither Ellen nor Soren did the deed. Mr. Nickety, you said the body was still warm when you hid it, correct? So then what if Mr. Gloomsbury was still alive when you went to put his body inside the lantern?
What? What? That's preposterous.
Actually, this shows that the victim might have still been alive while inside the lantern.
I'm afraid you'll have to point out which part you're talking about, Mr. Wright.
This part here shows that the victim might have still been alive inside the lantern.
Take that!
As you can see, the back end of the lantern is a door. And there's blood here on the wheel handle.
Objection!
That blood stain must have gotten there when the witness put the body inside the lantern. It in no way shows that the victim drew his last breath while he was within the lantern.
I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth, for you see, in putting this lantern back together, the police inadvertently placed the inside handle on the outside and vice versa. In other words, the wheel handles got swapped.
Oh my, so they got swapped?
Yes, they got swapped.
What? But that's ridiculous. They got swapped?
Yes, they got swapped.
Are you sure they got swapped? Oh, yes, I'm sure they got swapped.
Not at all. If you compare the other male impeccable lantern in the reception hall. It's quite obvious the wheel handles were attached backwards.
The detective in charge of restoration will see me in my office later.
Sorry, Emma, and good luck.
In that case, what does the bloodstain on the wheel handle mean?
The bloodstain didn't get there by chance. When the victim was put inside the lantern, he was only unconscious, not dead. When he regained consciousness, he'd probably tried to get out of the lantern. So he grasped the inner wheel handle, and that's when the blood got on it. This proves that the victim was still alive when he was inside the lantern.
At the time, I was completely convinced Bloomsbury was dead. Had I checked more carefully, he might have survived. Unfortunate to be sure, but not significant enough to change the trial's outcome.
Again, I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. It actually has a very significant impact on this case.
The victim was struck by the defendant, and then died from his injuries some time later. There's nothing more to it.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong. Let's take another look at Mr. Bloomsbury's autopsy report, shall we? Please focus on the description of his injuries. It says one contusion was found on the back of the head and one on the side.
Yes, the one Mr. Sprocket gave him and the one Miss Wyatt delivered to finish him off.
No, the defense would like to submit a different interpretation.
A different interpretation?
The victim was knocked unconscious by the first blow and was then put into the lantern.
Then, what about the lethal blow by the defendant that the witness talked about?
Yes, well, that didn't happen. After some time, when the victim regained consciousness and tried to get out of the lantern. That's when he received the second blow that finished him off.
Taking into account the fact that the victim was alive for a period after the first hit, and that he did receive a second blow to the head, it does seem entirely possible.
Yes, as long as the first blow didn't kill the victim instantly, then there's a possibility that someone other than Mr. Sprocket or Miss Wyatt delivered the final blow.
Objection!
That's all you've got? Even if there was a time lag between the two blows, the prosecution's position doesn't change.
What? What do you mean?
It's elementary, Mr. Wright. After the reception, when the defendant was cleaning up the reception hall, the victim, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came out of the lantern. The defendant grabbed the murder weapon, which was right there, and finished him off. That theory sounds awfully familiar. Of course it does, Your Honor, because it's exactly what I proposed at the very start. The second blow was inflicted by the defendant after all. I see. It seems a tangle of mysteries that unraveled into a single thread.
Objection!
But as long as there's a possibility that the fatal blow was delivered by a third person, then we must continue the deliberations.
Give it up, Mr. Wright. Unless you have something to prove the presence of your precious third person.
Okay, Nick, just relax. You can do this. Come on now, take some deep breaths. Good idea. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. There, don't you feel better already? Maya's right. I should calm down, get my focus back, and go over everything again. And then hopefully, I'll be able to find something to prove there was a third person. Let's see. First, why did Bloomsbury attack Ellen? Because he was tired of taking the blame for the accident? But something about the line, but that line of reasoning just doesn't feel quite right to me. No? How come? Well, if it's just a personal vendetta, he had already stabbed Soren. So why then was he so determined to go after Ellen? You're right. This whole thing feels too premeditated for a crime of passion. But Bloomsbury didn't seem to have a personal grudge against Ellen. If Bloomsbury didn't have a personal reason to attack Ellen, then...
You've taken it long enough, Mr. Wright. Now it's time for some action. What proof do you have that a third person was involved?
Alright, I'll show you. I'm not completely sure what I'm doing yet, but it looks like I'm out of time. This piece of evidence proves the involvement of a third person. Thank you for the lark, Jazz. Is it this?
Take that!
I get it now.
Now I see why there's no... What's up, Melody? What case is this? This is the special episode. Turnabout Time Traveler. Now I see why this note bothered me so much when I first saw it. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Your Honor, please take a look at this note. You've never done this one? Oh, it's really fun.
This is the victim's murder plan, right?
It's definitely a murder plan, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury didn't write this note himself?
What?
I already guessed who the murderer was at the very beginning of the case. So I'm just enjoying the journey now.
This is how you intend to conjure up your mysterious third party, Mr. Wright? Can you even prove that note wasn't written by the victim?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Very well then. Please present your evidence, Mr. Wright.
This evidence proves the victim didn't write the note. Is it Soren's notebook? Was the handwriting different?
This is the proof you've been dying to see. It doesn't look like anything of the sort to me. I have to agree.
Just close your eyes and concentrate, Your Honor. Is something coming to you?
No, nothing at all.
Nothing, huh?
Mr. Wright? Close your eyes and concentrate. Do you see something coming to you?
I should have seen that coming. Looks like I'd better try again. This evidence proves the victim didn't write the note.
Whoa.
Oh, wait. Right hand. Left hand. This is the weapon Mr. Gloomsbury used to stab Mr. Sprocket.
I was wondering what you pulled out this time. Dare I ask what that could possibly have to do with the note?
Mr. Gloomsbury's prints were found on this candelabra, and the prints were from his left hand.
So that makes the victim left-handed, correct?
Exactly, Your Honor. The police looked into it too and confirmed as much. Now take a look at the smudged writing in this note. Notice how the smudging only starts from the middle of each preceding line. Had this been written by a lefty, the writing would be smudged from the far left end. This means that whoever wrote this note was definitely right-handed. In other words, somebody other than the victim wrote this note.
What? But if someone other than Mr. Gloomsbury wrote it, then what does this note mean?
Mr. Gloomsbury followed this note to the letter when he attacked Miss Wyatt. So clearly, this note isn't a murder plan written by Mr. Gloomsbury, but rather, these are instructions written to kill Miss Wyatt, issued by someone else. Ad starts in 1 minute.
If it wasn't the victim who wrote these so-called instructions, then who wrote it? Most of the people involved are right-handed, you know. He is correct. The majority of the family and their employees were on the airship are indeed right-handed. I must say, that is a very rough and slipshod conjecture you've proposed.
Ugh. I admit I haven't figured out who wrote it just yet. Leave it to Mr. Edgeworth to go for the jugular. This is a culprit who ordered Gloomsbury to attack Ellen. What could their motive have been? It doesn't seem very likely Ellen did anything to incur anybody's wrath, right? Right. Not too likely, anyway. In that case, it has to be about Soren. If somebody were to hold a grudge against Soren, what would it be about? That accident, I guess. I could understand if Bloomsbury felt resentful after having to take the blame. But the one who lost the most of that accident was Soren's sister. She lost her life, after all. Soren suffered too, of course. He was crushed by losing somebody so precious to him. Okay, ad is about to start, so I'll take my break now. I had to get some more water. Be right back. Okay, welcome back. Soren suffered too, of course. He was crushed by losing somebody so precious to him. Somebody precious, huh? Soren's sister. Wait, there's one more person. There's someone else who must hold a grudge against Soren. Did you figure something out? I think so. I think that somebody else used Gloomsbury to try and get revenge against Soren. Did you say somebody tried to get revenge against Mr. Sprocket, Mr. Wright? The person who manipulated and used Mr. Gloomsbury was Selena's fiancé. The person who used Mr. Gloomsbury to try and get revenge on Mr. Sprocket, and then finish Mr. Gloomsbury off to silence him, was a man dear to Mr. Sprocket's older sister, Selena Sprocket's fiancé. Not that I'm not positive, but it's certainly possible. This fiancé could have made Gloomsbury attack Ellen to get his revenge on Soren.
What? Her fiancé?
We're gonna point out the the pocket watch, aren't we?
Order in the court! Order, I say! Yes, it does seem quite believable that Miss Selena Sprocket's fiancé would bear a grudge against Mr. Sprocket for his role in the accident.
Exactly, Your Honor. Maybe her fiancé was trying to murder Miss Wyatt in order to make Mr. Sprocket experience the same pain he'd felt.
Objection!
Mr. Sprocket's fiancé was a surgeon, if memory serves, but the only people who attended the reception were family and staff members.
That may be, but then that just means that Mr. Sprocket's fiancé must have been among those who attended. What? Really? Of course. Otherwise, how could he have killed Gloomsbury? Oh, I see what you're doing. This is just another giant bluff, isn't it?
All right, I'll bite. Who exactly do you claim this fiancé to be? Yes, I would like to know as well.
Are you sure you're gonna be okay, Nick?
Maybe?
When it comes to suspicious people, there's only one person on my list. I need to find something that connects him to Selena. This will help us identify Mr. Sprocket's fiancé. Edward Bites? Yes. We're about to point it out. Please take a look at this photo, Your Honor.
The photo?
Notice Miss Sprocket's pocket watch. Haven't we seen it somewhere before?
Yes, now that you mention it, I do feel as if I've seen it somewhere before.
I believe we've all seen it right here in this very courtroom.
Oh, impossible.
That's right, the pocket watch in this photo. Is the same pocket watch Mr. Nickety has on him right now.
What?
This is clear proof of a strong connection between Pierce Nickety and Selena Sprocket.
No. Well, Mr. Nickety, is this true?
Mr. Nickety, you were once engaged to Selena Sprocket. That pocket watch, you keep it as a memento of her, don't you? Mr. Nickety, you plan to rob Mr. Sprocket of his loved one to make him feel the same pain as you. Isn't that right? But Mr. Sprocket managed to fight back and knocked Mr. Gloomsbury unconscious. You thought Mr. Gloomsbury was dead and hid his body in the lantern. But then you noticed Mr. Gloomsbury regain consciousness. And so you finished him off to prevent your plan from being exposed. This is the defense's take on what really happened in this murder case.
Mr. Wright, does this mean you wish to officially accuse this witness of the murder of Demas Gloomsbury?
Does the defense accuse Mr. Nickety of the murder? Accuse! J'accuse! The defense indicts Pierce Nickety on the charge of murdering Demas Gloomsbury.
Oh my! Mr. Nickety, would you care to respond? Man, this lawyer just japs on and on and on. As you would guess, this watch is a memento of Selena. It stopped working at the time of the accident, though.
Then you really are.
Yes, I was Selena's fiancé, and not just her fiancé, but the surgeon beside her deathbed.
Objection!
Mr. Nickety, why didn't you tell me any of this before? Shut it, you useless prosecutor. I thought you could be of use, but apparently this case was too much for you. What did you just say? If your office hadn't stuck its nose all up in this, I could have swept it under the rug. Not only did you interfere with the case, but you even let me fall under suspicion. That's because you kept trying to cover things up on the fly. Ugh.
But covering things up wasn't your only involvement. The only person who had a motive to use the victims to try and kill Miss Wyatt was you. Oh!
Come on, let's see the turn. Villain moment. Oh, he's wearing a mask now. Oh, now he's looking like a surgeon. Malignant tumors. There are malignant tumors in this courtroom. Legions oozing with false charges. He is a surgeon after all. Oh yeah, he even has someone coming in with a screwdriver. The tumors are one idiotic lawyer and one useless prosecutor. After the truth is revealed, I'll have the both of you inside in the legal world. I'd like to see you try. With the power of the Sparkin family, it'd be a cinch. I will now begin the operation.
But what in the world happened to Mr. Nickety? Looks like he's finally showing his true colors. Nick, look what he did to that shoulder mech.
Quit your yapping before I suture your chatty lips shut.
It's like he's a completely different person. Sure looks like it, huh? We can't let our guards down now. Mr. Nickety, it's finally time for you to testify to the truth.
It seems we're entering the final act at last. Witness your testimony, please.
It's only been 5 hours. Almost 6. Witness testimony. Right to remain silent. That's good. He really shouldn't be talking. He knows better. But Mr. Nickety, why didn't you say anything? What? Ah! He just took a picture of me, or something. An x-ray? Oh my god! Look at his skull! Mr. Wright, I didn't know that the spikes were a part of your skull.
You want me to voluntarily testify, hoping I will make a slip of the tongue. Not a very impressive plan. Or brain, I might add.
He's Sanic.
Had to go fast, huh, Mr. Wright? Ow, that was uncalled for. If you want to know something, you ask the question. I will answer, but I have no intention of making any voluntary statements of my own.
Ugh. What's he trying to do, Nick? He's using the silent treatment as his strategy to avoid getting tripped up. Clever guy.
No more lies, Mr. Nickety. You will tell us nothing but the truth from now on.
Ah!
What do you think you're doing?
Taking another x-ray, of course. Look, the cravat! It's part of his musculature as well! His skeletal system is off the charts.
No one asked you to speak. Just keep quiet over there and play with your frills. How dare you?
Well, this is a rather unconventional situation, but please proceed, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. They're both simply built different? That's true. It's the truest statement in the world. Truest statement I've ever heard. Right to remain silent.
Hold it!
If he won't speak voluntarily, then I guess I'll have to ask him something. What question should I ask? Reason for killing Bloomsbury. I'll just go in order. Isn't it true that when Mr. Bloomsbury regained consciousness inside the lantern, you murdered him in order to silence him?
He was an excellent employee and very loyal to me. Bloomsbury was my right-hand man. I'd suffer the most from losing him. You really think I'd kill a guy like that?
That would make sense only if you were innocent. But since your goal was revenge, you didn't really have to care about something like that.
But I am innocent, I tell you. Don't try to force your conjectures onto me.
Ugh. I guess without decisive evidence, I can't pursue this line of questioning any further. Yes, please, Your Honor. Every little bit I can drag out of him helps, right?
Bloomsbury was my right-hand man. I'd suffer the most from losing him.
Hold it!
We need facts, not conjecture. True! What did Mr. Gloomsbury think of Mr. Sprocket? After all, he was forced to take the blame for the accident. He must have been resentful.
He got his position as the lead servant in exchange for taking the blame. It wasn't exactly a bad deal for him.
But he must have felt some sort of indignation?
Who knows? Now that he's dead, we'll never know for sure. It's pointless to talk about it any further.
Alright, dead man tell no tales after all. If he won't speak voluntarily, then I guess I'll have to ask him something. What question should I ask? Grudge against Soren. You've been nursing a grudge against Mr. Sprocket over the loss of your fiancé. Isn't that right? Wait, are we building his testimony up for him to either contradict him or prove his motive? Interesting. Yeah, we are.
I'd be lying if I said I felt no resentment whatsoever. But Master Soren didn't cause that accident on purpose. Master Soren himself has suffered greatly.
But you quit being a surgeon and found a way to get even closer to Mr. Sprocket. Wasn't that so you could carry out your revenge on him?
Don't insult me. Supporting Master Soren in Sprocket Aviation with my life's work is my penance for not being able to save Selena. This is how I honor her. I feel your devotion as both a fiancé and a surgeon. Your statement breaks my heart. I've never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren.
Never thought of it, huh? I guess I should probably take that with a pound of salt.
Mr. Wright, would you like to add that statement to the witness's testimony?
Yes. I have to find an opening somehow.
I've never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren.
So you have had no thoughts of vengeance toward Mr. Sprocket whatsoever?
Of course not. Selena would have wanted that. I threw my own life away, and I lived solely for the sake of the Sprocket family. That's how I show my love for her.
Alright then. Well, one thing's for sure. Pierce gets really emotional when it comes to Selena. No kidding. I'm not sure how he feels about Soren, but his love for Selena is pretty obvious.
Hold it!
Actions on the day of the crime. On the day of the incident, you were constantly surrounded by your subordinates. Is that right?
Absolutely. I was in someone's line of sight at all times. After all, I was busy taking care of every detail of the event. Mr. Edgeworth, I believe your investigation backs up my claim? Humph. I got some statements that said groups of his subordinates worked with him in rotation, so he was always with someone. As the prosecution just said, I couldn't even get close to the lantern containing Gloomsbury by myself, let alone kill him.
Pierce didn't have a chance to get close to the victim alone, huh? Yes, add that to the testimony.
Very well. I was always in the company of others. I didn't have an opportunity to murder Gloomsbury.
So you were always in someone's line of sight?
I was surrounded by family members and staff as we prepared for the reception. During the reception, I was stationed behind the sweetheart table to attend to the couple. When could I have possibly committed the murder?
I'm not buying it. If Pierce is the true killer, then there must have been some time when he was out of everyone's sight. What do you think, Nick? Is there a chance for us here? Well, as long as we have some kind of testimony from him, there has to be. I'll just have to compare his testimony against the evidence and find an inconsistency, right? Exactly. This is it. I have to do this right. Okay, this doesn't prove anything. There he is in the background, looking at the lantern.
Objection!
Mr. Nicodemus testifies that he was always with someone at the time of the incident, and never had a moment alone to commit the crime.
Yes, and the police investigation backs that statement up, doesn't it?
But there was an opportunity, in fact. One and only one. A moment when Mr. Nickety could have killed Mr. Bloomsbury without anyone noticing.
What?
And the one thing that made that moment possible is shown here in this photograph.
With all those people watching, I could not have possibly committed murder. Do not believe him, Your Honor. This lawyer is a malignant tumor. He wants to infect...
Objection!
Mr. Nickety, I would ask that you keep quiet this time. We need to evaluate the defense's claim. And your yammering only serves to throw further suspicion your way. Mr. Wright, let's see this one thing you mentioned. But be warned. This had better not be one of your offhanded claims.
Who do you think you're talking to, Mr. Edgeworth?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please point out for us the one thing that made the moment of the murder possible.
That one moment when it was possible for Mr. Nickety to kill Mr. Bloomsbury. The one thing that made that single moment possible is this.
Take that!
The one thing that made the moment of the murder possible is this thick mood fog that engulfed the entire reception hall. It is under the cover of this fog that Mr. Nickety murdered the victim. He did it in plain sight? In front of everyone? Oh my god, that is, that's something else.
What?
Mr. Nickety was standing right next to the lantern that Mr. Bloomsbury was in. This was the only moment the murder could have been committed without being seen.
Objection!
I can accept that there was a moment when the witness was obscured from others by fog. But that doesn't prove Mr. Nickety killed the victim at that very moment. If you can't prove the crime was committed during the reception, the trial ends here.
Ugh. I was so caught up in finding a foothold that I forgot to think that far ahead.
Well done, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to call this trial's time of death. Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove the murder happened during the reception? Don't even bother. His claim is dead on arrival. Victory is within your grasp, prosecutor. Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation.
Edgeworth.
Enough of this. Your Honor, this trial is over. No, Mr. Nickety, that is for me to decide. Mr. Wright, can you prove it? Can you prove that the murder was committed during the wedding reception? Why is there no verdict yet? The lawyer's obviously out of answers. The prosecutor, the judge, they're all infected. Their malignant stupidity is so advanced that even the best surgeons can save them. In fact, not even a brain transplant could cure them. This court is infected with idiocy. It's a pandemic.
Objection!
Mr. Nickety, that's enough already.
Finally ready to give up, are you?
No, just the opposite, actually. I'll prove the murder was committed during the reception. By you.
You'll prove it? Can you really, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. To be honest, I don't know exactly how I'll do it just yet, but if I want to get the truth Edgeworth was talking about, I'll just have to find that way.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's have your proof. Enough of this foolishness. He's just bluffing. Stop him from speaking, Your Honor. I will do nothing of the sort. You are just a district court judge with the power of the Sprocket family, Al. Enough of your foolishness, Mr. Nickety. This judicial body will not succumb to the influence of money or power. Now then, let's hear it, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your truth.
Think, Phoenix. Remember everything you've learned so far. You can do this. You can find the definitive evidence that will lead us to the truth. Brain blast? Brain blast! Think, Phoenix. How can I prove the murder took place during the wedding reception? If Pierce committed the murder during the wedding reception, then he had to have used the murder weapon. He used the murder weapon.
Judge just like, you will not interrupt our club activities.
Yes, the weapon that was used to strike the victim twice. According to the autopsy report, the victim was hit by the same object both times. So without a doubt, Pierce used it to commit the murder. The weapon used to kill Bloomsbury was the timekeeper. The timekeeper was the murder weapon. If Pierce struck the victim during that one single moment, then he must have used the timekeeper. Come to think of it, wasn't it also used for something else during the reception? During the reception, the timekeeper was also used for the first startup of love. The timekeeper had been activated. That's right, the timekeeper had been activated during the reception. If we activate the timekeeper now and find any trace evidence of the murder, that would be conclusive proof that Bloomsbury was killed during the reception. A special ceremony took place during the reception in question. What kind of a special ceremony? It was called the first startup of love. Apparently, the couple activated the timekeeper for the first time during it. Does that mean the timekeeper here in evidence isn't activated at the moment? And what would happen if we were to activate it? Why don't we see for ourselves? It would give us a chance to examine it. And while we're at it, we just might find some conclusive evidence. What? No, you can't activate it. Mr. Nickety, keep quiet or I'll have you thrown out of court. By the way, Mr. Wright, this is supposed to be a time machine, right? We aren't going to travel back in time to the Stone Age or anything, are we? I don't think we have to worry too much about that, Your Honor. I'm still a little nervous nonetheless, but the truth must be known. Very well, go ahead and start up the timekeeper. You know how, Nick? I think so? Maybe? The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was. Let's see. I think the symbol of the groom's love must be the timekeeper itself. What symbol of the bride's love would fit together with the timekeeper? Oh, I know. This has to be it. Mr. Wright, are you ready to activate the time machine now? Yes, Your Honor. The symbol of the bride's love that's necessary for activating the timekeeper is... Once we set this in place, we can activate the timekeeper. Set it in place where? It doesn't look like it fits anywhere. You don't think so? Not even we kind of jammed it in? Mr. Wright, you know what's coming, don't you? A penalty, Your Honor? I'm glad you understand. That will save us some time. Ugh. Alright, I better take another good look at what I've got to work with. Okay, then there's the pendant. Miss Wyatt's pendant. It's a symbol of the bride's love that's necessary for activating the timekeeper. What? Then does that mean you can start it up with Miss Wyatt's pendant? Now the pocket watch is Selena's. I believe so, Your Honor. Very well. Please try it now, Mr. Wright. Okay, here I go. But first I have to figure out where the pendant goes. The outer casing is made of metal. I sure wouldn't want to get hit with something like this. This hole looks like a good spot. I'll try setting the pendant in here. I wonder if it's a camera. It fits! This must be the right spot. Now I have to find a place to insert the key. This hole in the middle of the pendant, could this be it? Oh shit! It worked! The timekeeper's been activated! Now all I have to do is find proof that the crime was committed during the reception. I think I found it! Conclusive evidence that the murder was committed during the wedding reception. Just as I suspected, there's evidence of the murder inside the timekeeper, Mr. Niggity. The timekeeper was only activated and opened during the wedding reception, right? No, stop! So that means this This is conclusive proof that the crime was committed during the reception. And now we go back in time. I wish. That'd be really cool for time travel to exist in the Phoenix Wright universe. I thought we'd proven it, but we didn't. After you killed the victim under the cover of fog, you closed the timekeeper to hide the bloodstain, didn't you? Timekeeper updated in the court record. It's obvious that it was in this state when it was used on the victim. No, you're wrong. Ellen killed Bloomsbury. It wasn't me, I tell you.
Objection!
Give it up, Mr. Nickety. How could the defendant, who was in the middle of pledging her love, have possibly committed the murder with everyone watching her? It was the family. Yes, all the family members conspired together to kill him.
Objection!
There's no way you can talk your way out of this, Mr. Nickety. During the reception, during that one dreamlike moment, only one person could have used the timekeeper to beat the victim to death. And that one person was you, Pierce Nickety.
No, this isn't over yet. I won't give up. Oh no, I cut the artery. This stupid thing. We must stop the bleeding now. Give me forceps. Forceps, I said. Hey, where is everyone? Fine, I'll manage this alone. I'll do it all by myself. I can fix anything, repair anything. So you have to get better. You have to live. You must. I would have been able to save her. If only I hadn't listened to her. If only I had treated her first. If only that Soren hadn't been there. Selena! No!
So that's what happened. How sad.
Witness, are you finally ready to tell us the truth? It's just as the lawyer deduced.
So it was all a revenge scheme against Soren Sprocket?
Do you have any idea how hard it is to lose someone you love right in front of you? Selena's condition was clearly more critical than Soren's, but in spite of that, she said,
Please help Soren.
Miss Sprocket's last words. So that's what she really meant by those words. I was able to grant her wish, but at the price of her life.
You got a job with Sprocket Aviation and waited for your chance to get revenge. You got close to Mr. Gloomsbury and hatched this plot. Is that right?
Gloomsbury already bore a grudge against Soren, so when I tempted him with an even better position, he immediately took the bait. He was your accomplice, someone who shared the same goal as you. Why was it necessary for you to kill him? I didn't expect Soren to strike Gloomsbury out on the Vista deck, and I certainly never imagined he'd make his way there along the outside wall. Soren's love is the real deal, after all. My plan had been compromised, so for the time being, I hid his body in the lantern, and tried to think of my next move.
And then Mr. Gloomsbury came to during the second wedding reception.
As soon as I saw Gloomsbury, I instantly hit upon an idea. To pin the blame of Gloomsbury's murder on Ellen. He tried to break up the couple by making the bride out to be a murderer. How despicable. Soren was getting the company in a wedding. Both things that were supposed to be Selena's. He took every happiness from her. Who's the despicable one here? Do you think what you did would make her happy? I knew it wouldn't. But I couldn't just stand by, watching Soren enjoy his happiness. I was going to have Soren taste the same pain I had, and then take over Sprocket Aviation. I would take back from him all of the happiness that was rightfully Selena's. Time stopped for me the day I lost her. Just like this pocket watch of hers.
But Pierce! Miss Wyatt? I believe Selena would have said, leave this ill will behind. Your time is yours to live.
It's too late for me. Time will never advance for me ever again. What? It can't be. I see now, Selena. What I did was wrong. I see no further need to continue this trial. Bailiff, please take Mr. Nickety away.
Here's Nickety, another inconsolable time traveler, who lives in time that stood still.
Now then, I must render my verdict regarding the defendants. Your Honor, before you give your ruling, would you please allow me a moment? Very well. Ellen, there's something I need to say to you.
Yes, Soren?
I've put you through something truly horrible. This whole thing happened, all because of me. I would understand if you wanted to call off our marriage.
What? Of course not. I never once thought that.
If you stay with me, you'll only face even more trying times in the future.
What do you mean?
The truth of this incident and the car accident before it. I'm going to tell the public everything. I expect the company's reputation will suffer and I'll take a lot of criticism. But I feel I can only really start over once I get everything out in the open.
Soren.
After all that's happened, I might not have the right to ask you of this, but... Well, how should I say this? Maybe I'll just... A life with me probably won't be very easy, but... Will you marry me?
Yes, of course.
Your Honor, thank you for this time. Please continue with your ruling. Very well, but first I have one question. Did the two of you pledge your eternal love for each other to the goddess of justice, Thames? I do, Your Honor.
I do.
Does the prosecution or the defense have any objections? Well done, Your Honor. No objections here.
The defense has no objections either, Your Honor.
This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. That's not right. The court finds the defendant, Ellen Sprocket. Not guilty.
Kiss, 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 kiss. Smooches.
This court is adjourned.
Defendant lobby number 3. Ellen, Soren, congratulations! Mr. Wright, I can't thank you enough! If you hadn't exposed the truth, Soren and I wouldn't... We wouldn't... Neville. But now you can finally start your new life together, right? Oh, thank you!
Mr. Wright, we'll be holding our real wedding ceremony in the near future. Would you do us the honor of coming to it? I want you to witness our first start.
Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. And Ellen, this time it'll definitely be happily ever after, right? Oh yes! The two of you have persevered and overcome this trial together. She's a keeper. Yes, she is. Now, no matter what obstacles come your way, I'm sure you'll be able to handle them. And there's another thing I'm sure of too. This person will always be watching over the two of you.
Take that!
Selena. Yes, I think you're right. And we promise to live life to the fullest, for Selena's sake too. Right, Soren?
That's right. Well, we better be on our way.
Yes, my love.
Wow, the old threshold carry, huh? Way to show off. We'll be seeing you. Goodbye for now.
I'll be looking forward to that wedding.
Hold on tight, Ellen.
You better believe I will. I'm never letting you go.
And he's up and away, I guess. There they go. You're not thinking of going to that wedding by yourself, are you, boss?
You're taking us too, right? Oh boy, I bet there's gonna be all kinds of fancy food there.
Athena, when did you get here?
Just now. I would have been here to cheer you guys on earlier, but Lucy never gave me a chance to slip away.
You're going to be in even bigger trouble with her later.
Speaking of the wedding, maybe I should ask him to invite Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Really? But he thought Ellen was guilty all the way to the end. That may be true, but... Mr. Wright has to have a +1. Why wouldn't it be Edgeworth? Don't even bother. His claim is dead on arrival. Victory is within your grasp, prosecutor. Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation. If he hadn't stood up for us when he did, the trial probably would have ended there. You mean Mr. Edgeworth gave us that chance? Maybe. Though knowing him, I doubt he'd ever tell, even if I asked. Well, if that's how you feel about it, Nick, then why not try and get him invited? Hey, Maya, have you ever tried to catch the bouquet? What? No. I never have either. Fighting over a bouquet that's been tossed by the bride? Talk about a fierce competition. I'm totally stoked. I'm not sure it's really supposed to be all that competitive. I'm a pretty good jumper, so I think I've got a chance. She's definitely missing the point of the whole thing. And Larry, how did you manage to stay so quiet for so long? Shut up! Wishing the lady you fell in love with happiness is... But wishing the lady you fell in love with every happiness is what a real man does. I'm pretty sure that relationship was over before it even began, Larry. Sniffle, darn it all. If only I was 10 years younger, things would have gone differently. Hands off time! Hands off time, why won't you turn back for me? Mooring Dock. Today is Ellen and Soren's third wedding ceremony and reception. I heard the bride and groom insisted it be on the Flying Chapel again. In the end, they were nice enough to invite me and Maya, and Athena kind of invited herself. They also invited Edgeworth, Emma, and even Larry. They said 3 times the charm, right? I really do hope it's happily ever after for them this time around. Still, I get the feeling it's going to be one rowdy party.
Ready when you are. Okay. Here we
Edgeworth better catch it.
Huh? Oh.
It was Larry!
Oh, hey! Look who's next! Huh?
Get back! Haven't you ever heard of ladies' response?
I'm truly blessed to have you.
And that's the end. And that's the end of the game! I'll need to buy investigation at one point. My voice is shot. Let's see. Who do we raid this time? Akiko Kamagata. Playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue-Red Rescue Team. A fun game. Wait, let me make sure that it's a good time to raid. Yeah. 2.5 hours in, that's fine. I'll be back tomorrow to play Shin Megami Tensei 5. And hopefully I'm gonna start Vengeance tomorrow. Bye-bye!